Hello, Craig. Oh, also, Ink, I don't know if you got to the end of the last recording.
I did.
It
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 just
did
it
kind
it cuts off early.
yeah, it did kind of cut out and die, but only like, a minute before we stopped talking, so that I figured
Well,
it was fine.
it's the end of session. It like
Yeah.
it's the final. Yes, it's
Hmm.
fine. No, I
All
made it
right.
through.
Lots of clipping, lots of cutting. I hope Jay enjoys.
Yes.
Somehow they were unaware that they were our number one fan. Um all right. Last time on Well Dressed Bones, our party was put in touch with Hyunju's contact, the one who had some association, had a visit, a vision from the god you were looking for, and that was Gong Shi Huan, who was a decently important figure in the local equivalent of the sanctuary, the House of the Dragon's Head. Um, and uh, in talking to him and in investigating the area, as well as ritually purifying yourself and communing with the power of their sacred object, the calling bell, that was uh, housed in the shrine that Shihuan watches over. Um, you got more of a sense about what was going on. It seems like the god came here to try and reverse a famine that was going to happen imminently in the area. He's, of course, a god of agriculture and health. And in order to do that, it was trying to reactivate these two bells, this paired set that were a bastion of power. That every once in a while they could both be rung together in order to essentially magically reverse a famine, cause a surge of growth of crops in this sort of heartland area, um, in order to avoid a famine. And in communing with this object, you found that its twin, its sibling, which is housed in a temple over the border, is disconnected or cut off in some way, and that you know that that is the direction the god headed. That the order of events as you know it is that he came here metaphysically, um, visiting in visions Sichuan and growing crops in the immediate area before following the power of the bell north. And after that, according to Hyunju's information, there was some sort of surge of power, which his sister interpreted as possibly his death in some way. Um, that seemed to have come from the north, possibly over the border. As you realized that you probably would have to figure out some way to get into North Korea, and of course you had a number of options. Um, Trying to use the resources of the local sanctuary or um, Hyunju's smuggling contacts. You were just like sort of starting that process when you came back to your hotel for the night uh, to find that Hyunju was hanging out in the hotel bar, apparently having been stood up on a date, client, what have you. Um, gave the extra drink to Fish, and Fish and Hanjo are going out for a nice question mark night. Um, and uh, Meanwhile, Caligulus has had a relaxing day, which is unusual, and therefore is not even remotely tired, and is like, what are you talking about? It's only like 10, 11 o'clock. Of course we're going out. And so is taking May to meet with the local equivalent of necromancers, so-called death cults. The um, religious slash magical groups that use necromantic adjacent magic. Some necromancers consider them, the worst kind of heretics, while others are like, well, they don't follow the true faith, but they can be brought into the fold. And it is among these groups that Caligulus was told by Wreath that they'd been having trouble with being attacked, being hunted in some ways, and seeing a dog-like or wolf-like being. And it is with them, or with groups like them, that this symbol representing a sort of esoteric history of the necromantic religion has been seen and drawn. And so it is there, as our parties separate, that we open our session. Would we like to go to the date or the mission first?
Go mission.
Okay. Fish and Hyunju are getting some drinks, chatting a little bit, still kind of like in the bar, in the process of leaving, when May and Cal head out. The region you're heading to is May was told there's this strange gang wearing all black that had moved into the edge of the Pleasure District. Cal is Cal is been told generally where to find them, and that information has matched up. Yes, not a part of like the Pleasure District you've been to before, and possibly not even really a part of the Pleasure District. It really does seem like on the outskirts. So yeah, the two of you head out. Probably want to flag down a rickshaw or a taxi. Because it's on the edge, but you don't need the rickshaw. You can kind of just take a car around without having to go through the crowds and end up there. But yeah, however you want to approach that, whatever you want to do.
Mooney, unless Cal specifies a method of transportation, May would probably insist they just catch a car, because this is now, I guess, the peak time for people to be getting up to mischief.
Okay.
It's also probably like you essentially got out of a taxi after this big long trip to the other side of the city, and then walked inside, and Fish was immediately like, well, see ya, and then you were like, well, I guess we can do a mission, and then walk back outside. You may even just catch the same taxi again.
Yeah.
Who hasn't left yet.
Totally.
Looking for another fare. Just monopolize this guy's time all day. Although you're paying well, so
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
you're not gonna get better tips.
How much gold plus tip do I take off Patrick?
This is a much shorter drive. I would say, we'll say like a gold and a half, including tip.
Cal can also pitch in because it's her shit.
Oh, go on. Go on then. We'll take one off each.
Yeah.
I'd like to read a message from Jay at this time.
Mm-hmm.
All caps, big text. I need, underlined, May to take care of me. And then just in regular text, Respectfully.
I need May to take care of me. I
Yeah.
need a sugar mommy real bad.
Neither of you guys are sinner. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Mhm.
Yeah, tragically.
I guess you could aim for like a cow level of being taken care of.
Yeah.
That's a
I have
Yeah,
a
May-
I have a sugar mommy right now because I'm not working and Mooney is, and it mostly goes the exact same way this May and Cal interaction went. It's like, yeah, no, you can chip in, feel like you're contributing.
the equivalent of the Lilo and Stitch. I want to buy them.
Yeah, I have $5.
borrow $2.
yeah, May like lightly smacks on the back of the same taxi. Then it's like change of plans. We actually need you to take us around to this location.
He is like a little wary, and then you list a location that is like nearby instead of another fucking like 3-hour drive. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Yeah,
Easiest.
you jump in the car and start heading out. He takes kind of a wide swing around the pleasure district. You can see it's in fine form tonight, as it is every night. It's loud, it's bright, it's colorful. You see the kind of like main thoroughfares you've been going into the last few nights, which are, you know, very nice and welcoming and clean, because like the true pleasure district is like 2 blocks farther in when it starts getting dangerous. But takes a right and swings around the edge. Just getting through this area, you know, as you're seeing like the outside of it, you are May, with her knowledge of just kind of city structures and cartography knowledge, is probably getting the sense that like it is a district in the sense of like a natural area, but there is like some control here. Like you're seeing that like it should overflow more than it does if there wasn't like some kind of authority kind of keeping certain businesses in this area and not in other areas. And you do actually are able to pick out some essentially patrol stations for local police, which are absolutely nowhere in the pleasure district. There's not a single one you've seen the entire time you're in there, but going around the border, you're seeing a bunch of them. And it's kind of like, oh, this is kind of one of those, we're maintaining the net, you know, this is the part of town that can kind of burn down and stuff can happen, but we're keeping the normies safe from it. As you are taking this taxi, the area gets a little bit quieter, a little less rowdy, and you sort of enter what is seemingly more like suburbs, like cheap suburbs, lower class suburbs, but still suburbs, and it's becoming a lot quieter. There's still the occasional gambling parlor or tea house that looks kind of seedy, but now you're getting to the part of town where it's like there's a lot more kind of legitimate businesses, and you can see it's like, oh, you know, this here's a little here's like a little really shitty restaurant, and I know from like experience that a lot of the restaurants around here sells drugs, but this place looks like it sells drugs because that's another way to make cash, and they desperately need cash, not because this is like a front for a drug operation. Just kind of like a little meaner, a little poorer, a little more like the transition between the pleasure district and where the normal, if not at all well off, people live. And
I have a
Perfect
question.
place to.
yeah,
Ellie,
either.
you go.
No, I was just gonna make a quip about like, oh, perfect place to convert people to your religion, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they're desperate. Anyway,
Yeah.
when we helped Hyungju move, Was it here?
Oh god.
You loaded the stuff up, and she kind of headed in this direction, but you didn't like go with her. So, you know, she was very purposely like, no, thanks, I can take care of it myself. Like, you're not seeing where I'm moving to.
Gotcha. Yeah.
My house is private.
You'll fuck it up again.
Yeah.
After we finish up with the necros, we're gonna leave and cross paths with Fish and fucking Hyungji. And Fish is gonna be like, "It's fine. I'm having a great time." Clearly inebriated. Guarantee.
But yeah, it's also, you know, she's the kind of person that's like, yeah, I'm heading that way. Okay, and everybody's out of sight. Now we'll cut to the north, and yes, wherever she is staying currently is not public knowledge as far as you know. But she was heading in this direction. And as you get about a block out from your destination, you know, you're in this sort of transition zone, and I think because May was the one who was really like noticing the spotters and the gangs before, give me another perception check.
That's a dirty 26.
Dirty 26. Okay. You're like prepared. You know, you've gotten a little comfortable in this area. You've been noticing these people following you, the tails. You know, you've been interacting with this one gang that was trashing Hyunji's place. You know, you've gotten maybe not comfortable with how this place operates, but at least know what to look out for. And as you're going in here, it probably occurs to you that like this is kind of like the Deadlands. Like, if there's a gang that's, like, on the outs, the territory was taken over, they're in a war, and they're getting pushed out, whatever, they're going to end up here. Like, this is the natural place for a gang to be. And there isn't. You do not see a single like spotter or runner. You do see like some rough-looking people, and they do not seem affiliated at all, and that is like bizarre to you, and means that there is, you know, some other power here that has taken control. And as you're keeping an eye out for essentially a gang, you do start to notice signs. And at first, maybe they seem like gang signs, but then you realize they're not, because there's like symbols that you saw like on the temple you just left, that you saw downtown in the airport. You just see a couple of people with a in this light, hard to tell if it's black or just really dark blue armband with a symbol on it, the Taeguk, the kind of threefold spiral religious symbol, as far as you know, and that's like the only association you pick up before you reach your destination. And when you reach your destination, you know, the taxi stops, drops you off, you pay, and you're kind of keeping an eye out on what's happening out there, and you just see like a couple of people going about their business like late at night, and just a lot of people just kind of sitting on stoops, sitting in front of a restaurant and a couple of houses. Some of them are dressed kind of more modernly. There's a girl with like a leather jacket and like a long skirt hanging out on a stoop, but there's also I wish George had been invented in the 50s, but there's also some people in like really, to your eyes, like extremely traditional clothes, which is not something you've seen in the Pleasure District. You know, Hyunju is the closest you've probably seen in the Pleasure District of like really traditionally dressed, and hers is this very kind of like sexual, like, oh, what could this be covering? Oh, I'm moving in a seductive way, so I'm not actually showing skin, but it feels like I am, kind of thing. This is like, no, like really traditional
Like
clothes.
hanbok sort of deal.
Yes,
Yeah.
in fact, there is there you do see people in hanboks that are like more like traditional that you've seen a couple people wear, but then you see like hanboks with like a full like almost headdress, like headwear with some like flowing
the-
cloth and stuff like that, like very traditional that you haven't seen. And they are all embroidered on their jackets or picked out in stitches with thread or in a patch or even in a dyed design. This Taeguk symbol, the threefold swirl religious symbol. But everywhere you've seen it, including at the temple today, it has been three distinct colors: yellow, red, and blue. And here you're noticing it's all blue. Three different shades of blue, but it's all blue. So this is a religious symbol in some way, and you're seeing a bunch of weird people. And so it's like, I guess we found them.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Sorry, go on, Patrick.
As you pay and head on out of the taxi.
Okay. I mean, May is very much going to follow Cal's lead here. She's just kind of not on edge, but like ready for something.
Hun?
Oh, I don't have anything to add.
Oh, well,
Okay.
following your lead is what May was saying.
Yeah, I know. I just don't have anything to add to that except, I guess, to investigate.
Okay. Give me an investigation check then.
Can May help by pointing out the symbol, etc.?
I
They
feel
like-
like that would be more of a religion check
yeah,
in that
fair.
case. If I'd say because you picked out the symbol, if May wants to give me a religion check as well, that might give
Sure.
a little more information to share with Cal.
Let's do it. That's a nat 1. Which comes to a 4.
It's a
You're
13.
basically
What
like,
the fuck is this?
look, they all have this symbol. It's like a religious symbol, and they've like appropriated it for their gang symbol. Cool.
Superman ass.
Yeah. It's like a gang that has like an upside down cross or something. Metal.
I got a 13 on the investigation.
Okay. With a 13, you're looking at this group, and maybe it's just that you have been on kind of high alert the last 2 years because you've been in conflict with these other temples. But there is like, you're noticing people on like the perimeter notice you too, including members here. Some of them are kind of like moving towards you at like oblique angles, kind of like maybe even cutting off retreat, to come at you from different directions.
Mhm.
But the like main people who are sitting here are just kind of like still like, I don't know, they look depressed. They're just kind of like slumped down. They don't seem to be like paying attention to their surroundings very much. And so you're probably feeling like, oh, they kind of suck at this. They could be a lot better at securing themselves. And you do probably see that this like core, maybe the leaders, they're certainly wearing the nicest clothes with a 13, are the more like traditionally dressed and the ones who seem to be not noticing what's going on around them.
I guess this was like a fashion question. Is it so? Regardless of like kind of the type of clothes, does everybody's clothes look like in decent condition? Like it fits them and it's not like dirty or anything like that?
With a 13, it looks like everybody's clothes were really nice and did fit them, but don't necessarily anymore. There is definitely what you would think of as like very minor repairs that need to be made. There's some torn hems. There's some things that have, there's some stuff that is like clearly this is like a nice silk that needs to be taken care of, and it's just been worn too many days in a row. Like things that were nice and are no longer as nice as they should be and should be taken care of.
Okay.
Not desperate necessarily, but maybe get the sense of some people who have fallen on hard times a little bit.
Do they look like they could be on drugs at all?
With your 26 perception, it's possible, but you don't really think so. You can notice that they're like these people are kind of like they're turning and talking to each other like quietly. They're not like dyspraxic or being loud or anything like that. And with that 26, you can also hear them like you can also hear and see them like turning and talking to people who aren't there. Maybe like you'll see one of them like turn and talk to like the air next to them, and that's probably what makes you think of like drugs. And then you're kind of like looking at them and you're like, no, maybe that's a magic thing. They're doing the equivalent of like a message spell or something like that, or they're communing with somebody, psychically the way you do, and they're just, as you've probably caught yourself many times, just like mouthing along, even though you're not making the sounds.
Yeah. Okay. So they don't seem dangerous, though, is like the main.
The like core old group don't seem dangerous because they don't seem to be paying attention. There are like this kind of younger class, more modern dressed people who are like actively moving in towards you with a certain amount of threat in their posture. They're not quite to you yet. You've still got time to like back up and leave. You're not boxed in yet, and they. Yeah, because you got a 26, and even the 13 with the investigation, because they rolled really low. They're trying to be stealthy and like sneak up on you, and you've made eye contact with them a couple times as they're doing it. They're not very good at that.
Yeah. I guess if Cal doesn't do it, if like May will give time for Cal to take the initiative, and if she doesn't, May is going to like fully just stride forwards and greet this core group in a very friendly, open way.
I think Cal is not sure what to do at first, and then sees that May is like, this money. Well, I haven't found a problem in Korea I couldn't fix with money, and it's just like, all right,
money
fine.
and personal charm.
Yeah.
May's two go-tos recently.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you stride right in. The watchers seem really confused and have to like really quickly like reassess and try and like swing out of the way.
May wink.
And what was that?
Sorry, May winks at one of them.
You turn and wink at a girl who's kind of like now hustling to cut you off. She's the one in kind of like the leather jacket. The symbol is like picked out in embroidery that is clearly hand done rather than like a nice patch. And she like kind of glares at you and like hustles a little bit faster. As you get close and are just getting to the point of being like, "Hi, how's it going, everybody?" I think that is when you realize that some of the people it didn't really occur to you at first, but some of the people you saw like on the way in who had like the armbands, like very clearly like temporary clothing, it seemed to be maybe more men than women that you saw. This group is like 2/3 women. It's not entirely like sex segregated, but there's way more women here than you're probably kind of like expecting. Although there are, a decent amount of gang affiliated women that you've seen in the Pleasure District recently. You know, the enforcers are kind of all men. And these are, women coming to box you in, and women with far off look in their eyes, suddenly startling to attention as you come close. The woman in the jacket runs up behind you and is loudly shouting in Korean and like grabs your arm and tries to like stop you and spin you around.
Okay, hold on, give me a sec. Like the meta player in me is like, surely Patrick would have at least one of these characters speak English, but like they can't assume that. So she is going. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah. Is it instant or is it?
Okay, remember,
okay.
Kekano's with you, so it could be like,
Oh shit! Yeah.
have you eaten any dirt recently, Fish? No, I'm drunk.
Yes, I'm drunk. Of course I have, Kekano.
Yes, but yeah, Kekano can help.
Yeah, and Kekano has to like learn languages to write. For the most part, his kind of, because he does actually, communicate in like images and sounds that you have all come to interpret as like words and intentions. He, to a certain extent, is a universal translator, just not it's super like reliable, detailed one. He can communicate to you the things that he understands, and he's just a little guy. So there's definitely been some times where like higher level conversation or concepts have not been able to be like passed along and have had to be explained to him and then translated, kind of thing. But absolutely, he's a something of a universal translator. So you could do like a comprehend languages, or you could just try to rely on Kekano. At least until you can see if anybody here speaks English.
May loves Kekano. Perhaps wouldn't want to rely on him in a tense situation that requires accuracy. And I think like the fact this person's made physical moves on May would not make her be like, Kekano, buddy, what is she saying? May will cast comprehend language.
I think as you're like spinning around, Kekano is like, "Hello, what are you doing?" So, you can kind of be like, "No, Kekano, shush. Hi, what's up?" And you comprehend languages, but Kekano very rarely meets people that are not taken with him in some way.
That is true. That is true. You are correct.
I'm not saying that like you should rely on him. I'm just saying he has that natural inclination to be like, I'm Kekano. I'm very lovable. Please pay attention to me.
Yeah. Okay. I think May's still going to cast it because it just but we'll absolutely like kind of strategically position Kekano in a way that's like, look at this little guy. Isn't he a firecracker? What are you fucking doing touching me? What she's actually going to say is, I'm terribly sorry. I just wanted to speak to your friends over there. In Korean. Oh, she can't because it's comprehend.
No, just comprehend.
Yeah, in just English.
I mean, you can still say it in English and hope either she like speaks English and can understand you, or just trying to like go off tone, Yeah.
May still say something.
As soon as you activate comprehend languages, you are casting a spell, and so there is a bunch of tension instantly. You can see all the people who are not really like paying attention kind of like sit up and focus on what's happening over here. While the woman who grabbed you has not made any like further aggressive moves other than grabbing you and kind of yelling in your face. You can see the other people who were kind of like moving in. They're like honestly like centering themselves a little bit, kind of like readying their hands, like maybe they're willing to throw down because you did magic in some way, because you are threatening. And as Kekino is like, "Hello, I'm Kekino," and you're casting comprehend languages, almost like a radio dial where it's like somebody speaking in Korean and then it kind of fuzzes and then it turns into what you understand. She is essentially demanding, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing here? Get away. Like very kind of aggressive, like almost bodyguarding things of like trying to kick you out of this area. And you've been around Sinner enough to know that like you fucking amateur. You don't go in physical contact with someone you're trying to remove. No, you need at least 3 steps away in case they draw a weapon. You've got a clear space to operate. But yes, she's yelling at you very angrily, essentially saying, what are you doing here? Get out of here. You're not allowed. And then kind of like hitches for a moment when you are like, hey, it's okay. And Kekino is like, hello, why are you being so loud? And her eyes are kind of like flicking back to you and Kekino, and you don't know if she sees Kekino as a dog or a seal. And part of the magical effect is like redirecting Kekino's speech to thinking that it comes from you, so Kekino doesn't have to learn not to talk because he's bad at being silent. It just kind of like redirects to other people. She kind of like is a little less aggressive now that you're stopped and is slowing down her speech, but it does not become, English. It's still in Korean. She is essentially like, you can't be here. You need to leave. What is Cal doing during this kind of like standoff?
I'll do a death sense.
All right. Give me an Arcana check then, please.
13.
Okay. As you you kind of see these people getting a little bit ready. You know that they are some kind of necromancer adjacent. You want to be prepared, so you click on that death sense, and there are probably 12, 13 people you can see here as part of this group. You feel like there is 40, and they are all watching you and focused on you. And there's a split second where it feels like people before the what your death sense is telling you finally comes back. There are ghosts packed into this area, and with a 13 you can kind of tell that they are hanging around these people. They're not just like here wandering. This girl who's grabbed May has 3 ghosts like right behind her, like a half step back, almost like in a attendant position. And you can tell that is a similar situation. There are ghosts hanging around all of these other people.
Neat. I think at that point, Cal would probably not necessarily stop May, because May's not doing anything too aggressive. I think she would maybe, like, I guess kind of do an investigation of, like, are these, like, ghosts connected to objects? Or these ghosts of, like, nearby bodies? Or does she have, like, a summoning ability?
Mm-hmm. With the death sense, you don't sense any corpses nearby or any kind of like recent death. and your experience has told you that like there are some ghosts that are tied to objects and are like at least somewhat sane, somewhat retain their old personality. The vast majority of them are what you dealt with in the graveyard outside Arlak, where it was just like, this is just a spirit who was of a person who was killed unjustly, and like the echo of violence now haunts the place, and they are somewhat unthinking and unfeeling and will just kind of tear you apart. Like, your training tells you vast majority of ghosts are like, all ghosts are dangerous, and the vast majority are even more dangerous because they are not like thinking beings. So yeah, I would say that would be a investigation or arcana check, both of which you rolled recently. So I would say the ghosts, you can tell the ghosts are moving. Even with the death sense with a 13, you can't like exactly track where they are, but you can like feel the cold spots, you can feel the death energy, and so you don't know exactly where they're standing, floating, whatever, but you can sense about where they are, and they seem to be kind of like moving a little randomly. Very cute. They're, when ghosts are like slave to something or chained to something, they're kind of on a leash. They're pulled along. They can't move away. You can feel some of them like kind of wandering away and coming back. Like there is an area they are staying within, but they don't seem like tied to this person. Maybe she is some sort of summoner, but if that's the case, everyone here seems to be some sort of summoner, but it doesn't seem like she's carrying like an object that they are tied to, or is like obviously haunted or cursed in that way. But I do think that it probably raises your hackles a little bit about being like, yeah, they're not being very stealthy, they're obviously not very good at security, and even though they're kind of preparing to maybe do violence if May is gonna do violence first, you probably weren't scared of them because your own abilities. Now it's not 12 enemies, it's possibly 40, and just by sheer number, that probably puts your hackles up a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I think Cal would probably let Kekno know and be like, Kekno, there are don't make comment of it. Like, this is like a... Oh, wait, actually... Yeah, Kekno understands French. She'll just Frenchly tell Kekno. Don't make comment on it, but the people here have quite a number of ghost friends.
Ghost friends? I kind of want ghost friends. How do I get ghost friends?
I'll introduce you later.
Okay.
Let May know, but quietly.
I believe May also speaks French. So
I just assume they're not standing that close, but if she can hear it, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cal would have, I imagine, still May's sending stone, which means she can do magical telephony if you want to communicate to May directly.
Okay, either way.
Yeah, I think it depends on if you're like, hey May, pick up the phone. Or you just like kind of speak in an undertone in French. It's also being like, have you like stepped in kind of close to May to like potentially defend her, or you were like, well, I need some room to work magic, and you kind of like stepped away a little bit. But yes, I think you can communicate that seemingly without being overheard. I mean, maybe the ghosts can overhear you, but again, your experience with ghosts is that they're not necessarily being super aware of what's around them.
Also, probably don't speak French.
Yeah, also probably don't speak French, unlikely. Yeah, ghosts generally have the skills they had in life. You have probably, like, read about ghosts that, like, came from, became a ghost, like, deep enough in death that they came back with some, like, weird powers that may include, like, speaking every language or stuff like that. It's not common by any means. Good chance nobody understands you. And I think even with your passive insight, you can see that the woman, like, sees that you're communicating and just seems a little, like, mildly confused, and probably doesn't understand French. Yes, as she calms down a little bit, still like encouraging you to leave, but now not being as aggressive to it. Now that you've stopped and are, like, seeming to be listening, Cal feels a ghost get close to May.
The ghost is like, "Hi, Sinner Drum brought me here. Apparently you're going to North Korea."
Hey, sorry I'm not with this guy. Interplanetary ghost messaging system. I've got 2 messages here from Sinner Drum. One is a songgram. May. Okay. Next one is, what do you mean you're going to North Korea? I think they were supposed to be read in that order. One was sent out earlier.
I was sent specifically by Sinner. He killed me.
He killed me to send this message.
Yeah.
That's how this service works.
Figured Cal would pick up a ghost before she'd pick up a sending stone call from Sinner.
Yeah, you just feel a ghost come in close to May. Doesn't seem like it's, like, about to suck her soul or anything. You don't feel threat, but gets close to her. In that split second, is there anything that you do or react?
Is there any kind of magical protection or ward against ghosts?
There is. I don't believe Cal has it. I don't believe
that's what I was like.
a choice you've
does
made.
it come for free? No. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
I don't know then. I guess maybe we just
It's okay. May's too hot to die. Don't worry about it.
No, it's true. I think Cal would kind of keep us. See, is it just the one ghost that's kind of? Is it just the one ghost that is being drawn to May? Does it seem malicious at all? What's the general, like, age of the ghost and, like, gender or anything else you can pick up on?
Interesting. With a 13, I think you can tell not super old. It does not feel like an ancient ghost, but I don't think you can really get more details other than that. And this is, to be clear, one of the 3 ghosts that seem to be following this woman, like, coming in close, and you can't actually tell if the ghost is coming in close, like, to pay attention to May, or just because it's coming in close to its person or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, just any reaction you have in that split second, whether it's just like let it go, or like protection, or violence, or as you have this moment where you realize this is happening.
Let it go. I don't think she feels like ghosts can do particular amount on their own, and I think she'd know if this woman was, like, giving, like,
ghosts
shit out of this lady orders.
Ghosts are dangerous on their own. It is the kind of thing of, like, there's, like, almost 30 ghosts here. if one is gonna cause a problem, they're all gonna cause a problem, and yeah, I don't know that it's like stopping one would necessarily be like a good move necessarily. And in that moment, as you feel the ghost gets closer, May sees this woman speaking to you. Mooney is sewing. She's at her sewing desk. Yes, that is the ghost. That is the sounds the ghosts make.
Sorry.
No, I love it. I think it's great for the ambience.
Yeah. They were just confused. As this ghost gets close, May, who is not aware of this, is still probably speaking in a calm voice, like trying to like, hey, I understand. Can you tell me more? And she's not understanding you, but is kind of calming down based on the tone. And then all of a sudden, her eyes flash red, and she goes. As the ghost, to Cal's perception, seems to disappear into her body. And all of a sudden, she looks at you, the eyes fade back to normal for just a moment, and she speaks in a very much masculine voice. Oh, what do you think you're doing? This is a dangerous place. You can't be here.
May's gonna have to roll Arcana, I think, because that was a hell of a shift. That's not great, May. It's not great. Think about whether I intervene with
Cal. I think Cal instantly understands this is a ghost possession, right? Like that's probably not a first you're rolling. Cal.
You can roll Arcana if you want. It'd be a pretty low DC.
Yeah, we'll see if just to see if I nat 20. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 7 to May.
It was a what for May?
A 7.
You don't you know there are ghosts around. This was very weird. Maybe this is a ghost possession. Maybe it's a magical effect. She like cast the equivalent of speak languages, and unfortunately, May knows and has a close friendship with Goph.
I was just about to say, Ghost magic has made it over here. Cool.
Yeah, which means that unfortunately you know that Goph is incredibly talented, but not in a traditional sense, and does his magic a lot through shortcuts. So you knew that like his translation spells like translate into the accent of whoever he like learned that language from. So it's kind of like, well, I mean, proper translation spell doesn't do that, but maybe that's what's happening here. As this now Scottish man in a woman's body says, she's telling you it's dangerous. This is not a place for outsiders.
Cal, I think, takes a step forward and puts a hand on May's arm and says, if you are part of those who speak with the dead, then we are seeking you.
Well, I guess you could say I'm one of the dead, lassie. But I mean, residing in May here right now.
Cal goes, that's ironic. I think Cal looks at Herme and then goes, well, we are... I think she hesitates, winces a little bit, and goes, I don't specialize in commuting with the dead, but I am someone who works death magic, and I was given insight that there were people with that ability in this area. I was looking for assistance in a task unrelated to the dead, but for the better of this country. Looks at me like, is that a good route to go on?
Yeah. What's the play here? I think with what did you get on the Arcana check that you
The
didn't
new one?
get in nat
Bad.
20? Yeah. Okay.
11.
Okay. 11 is still enough for you to be able to tell that the ghost is talking to you. The woman is still like in control to a certain extent, which is, as far as you know, not how possessions work.
Yeah.
This is very much like a shared body at the moment instead of like a fully possessed body. So you do see her like looking out at you and like assessing. You are kind of communicating to both of them. She essentially now speaks English by a very interesting
By proxy.
method. And so she is essentially going to roll an insight check to do your to check your intentions, which is a nat 20 for a total of 24. Plus nat 20ness. So yeah, just how it is very like Vespertine. How sincere is Cal in this moment?
Genuinely, I think she is just like, hey, it is straight up of just being like, her intention is genuinely, I'm trying to pull favors. It's not even for myself or for necromancy in general. It's more this general, this mission that now is like for the good of now, like, yeah, I guess for her mind to not maybe fully kind of understanding / because the Korean War is so new, of like kind of feeling of like, this is like, well, you got these two temples in conflict, but this is still the same country.
Yeah, and I think it is also to the extent of being like, you know, you can tell this is an important issue, and to you know what Shiwan was telling you, what the bell, you communing with the bell is kind of telling you is like, maybe this is like a national importance thing. Maybe it's not. You don't know that much about the situation, but like, good odds this is pretty important. So I think it has that like, not like full conviction of like, this is the most important thing and I need you to listen to me, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is important. Yeah.
Exactly.
This ghost and woman says, well, you may not be looking for the dead, but I guess you found them. You say it's something like Mei Chi here, just different sort of fella or gal, or you know, what with the ghost stuff. That's interesting. And then goes like quiet for a moment. You can see like kind of the eyes darting back and forth for just a moment, and it's like clearly like internal private communication. And then it's like, well, I'd say that, you know, Meichi believes that you can come forward and talk to our elders and, you know, sort of make your case if it seems like you really know what you're talking about. You know, I've never run into any of the you know, I guess death people here. That's not a Chugamyu, you know. So this will be interesting for me. Meichi's gonna come out. I'm gonna just pop into the background really quickly, and you can see like a flash of red glow, and then there is kind of like an after effect where like she is very clearly speaking in Korean, and so Mei understands her with the comprehend language, but like in a weird, like slightly distorted, slightly phase shift, like a split second after she talks in Korean, you hear it in English. That is a weird mixed voice of like this male voice and accent and seemingly her natural voice, and she can communicate with you. She kind of gestures you forward, and kind of like makes a wave to the people that are around, and they're looking a little confused but kind of standing down as the group kind of like constricts around you as you head into seeing the elders. And Cal can also feel that even separate of everybody else getting closer, you started like talking to the ghost and being like, oh, I'm kind of sort of one of you. All the ghosts like shifted their attention to you and kind of like pulled in to like the extent that they could, and were kind of like almost sniffing around you in a way before the others came in close.
I think Cal has. I think it's probably like not a specialty of any of the temples she's ever studied at Ring, but like she knows like ghost speakers and stuff like that. And it's like she probably talked to some like crusty ass motherfucker as part of like basic ass lessons. It's the only time she goes. And I think her thing is not quite of like when you have too much attention to you, but it's when somebody who barely interacts with dogs is suddenly around 6 dogs all at once, and it's just like, oh, okay, hi,
Yeah.
hello. Oh my god, what are you gonna do?
Like,
oh, you're jumping up on me.
They're all jumping.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you can give me a religion check to see like any past kind of ghost adjacent training you have, but I'd say that's about accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 23.
Yeah, it's like purposeful possession is not something
Super kosher.
is it's not like bad, but it is weird. It's like, I don't know. All of my metaphors for necromancy goes back to Christianity and Catholicism. It's kind of like, you meet a bunch of monks who are like, Da Vinci Code, like whipping themselves to purify their spirits or something, and you're like, technically, religiously, that is allowed. It is weird as fuck. Kind of thing of being like, you definitely read about this kind of happening. There are probably some necromancers who are like, yeah, I learned to do this, and then my abbot was like, okay, so we're sending you to the necropolis and you're joining them because we don't really want you kind of out here with us doing this.
At least
definitely
heard about a girl who had a ghost boyfriend, and she was like, and Cal's like, no.
Yeah.
No.
And she did a bunch of research on it and just like told you about it every day. Oh, Bridge is here. Yes. Jump on in.
I thought she was coming over. Oh! I was like, what? You meant in the game.
Yeah. Hi, Bridgie. Yeah, so definitely, like, you've heard of this before. You kind of know in principle kind of how this should happen. Not something you have any direct work with. And from what you've studied, it's like the people who can do this, who can like get possessed on purpose, like have to be really careful. They have to layer themselves with spells to make sure they're like fully in control. The ghost is like just passing them information or like just controlling their voice box and is not actually like in control of their body. Like that's not really what you're seeing here. This is much weirder. Both of these ghosts, at least this ghost that you just talked to, seems to be like a person who's like fully cognizant in a certain way, which is supposed to be like fairly rare for the most part, and that this possession seemed to be like really fast and didn't take like 3 hours of preparation, and that's fucking bizarre. So yes, definitely the thing of like, you understand what's going on here in theory. In practice, it's probably a lot weirder and scarier. All right. As you head towards the elders, you can see as you get close that like the restaurant, they're sitting on the steps on looks like it was a restaurant and is not anymore. The windows have kind of been like papered over and have like their symbol on it. This is clearly like a headquarters for them, even if it's just like a temporary one. And as the two of you kind of go in, you know, you're paying very close attention to these ghosts and kind of freaking out about them. May can't sense them, although probably every once in a while it just feels like really weirdly cold as you like brush a shoulder through a ghost that you can't see or something. But May is thus far been like paying attention to broader scope, like the situation. So I think now that you're kind of in the heart of this district, this main block, you can see that like this area is where the necromancers are, and there are locals, and they're not like they're leaving their house or the restaurant, and they're walking through, and they're going home, and they're definitely like looking at the necromancers, and they seem wary, but not like afraid. Like they don't want to hang around, but they're not like imminently going to be attacked or anything like that. So it is kind of this sense of people think they're safe enough from these. There's not necessarily trouble, and I think you can probably see one or two people actually like kind of bow to them when nobody's looking. Of like, there is like a religious aspect here, but it's not giving them like the fear and deference that you would expect of like a gang that like actually controls it, but you're also not getting the comfort of like, they're just locals, they're just kind of weird, but they're like everyone else. As you step up to this leadership, the woman kind of lightly touches May's elbow to stop her, and then is like going to do the same to Cal if Cal does not stop on her own. When you're still a couple of steps away, like they're still doing a perimeter around these figures on the step who are now rising to meet you. And you hear in this sort of mixed accent, Korean and English, let's just wait here a moment until they've checked you out, if you don't mind. And the figures stand and are focused on you, and the leader, the one that's the people seem to be giving deference to, is sort of the nicest dress. Her very fancy kind of traditional hat is certainly the most decorated and tallest, but you can also see that like her sleeve is like slit open and damaged. Her shoes are a little dirty. Genuinely, in the shamanistic traditional Korean religious beliefs I am basing this off of, big hat does mean more important leader. That is an actual thing. Awesome. Yes, is like rising to greet you, and you can feel the ghosts. You can feel the ghost kind of crowding around, and she does not speak to you in English. Maybe she doesn't like have a ghost with that ability, but Meichi seems to be it seems to be ready to translate for you, as she speaks softly in Korean to this leader. May and Kekino understand, and so can give Cal kind of like a rough translation in French of what they're speaking about. This is Meichi's mother, but is also expressing that you claim to be here on a mission of a lot of importance, and that you are a necromancer. The word that because May with Comprehend Languages gets like the literal translation, not the idiomatic translation, the actual word they use for necromancer is essentially something like overseas death person or something like that. It's definitely like it's definitely like they have a term for themselves, and this is like this is the equivalent of like us but weird. is the literal translation, yeah, that's sort of what happens before this woman steps forward, and as Meiji translates for you, she says that you should know that they are under a dangerous curse at the moment, and so it is not necessarily safe to spend much time with their group. But if you state your case, she says that she will give you fair hearing and consideration.
Thank you. Yes, it's I am seeking a favor from, and I think kind of like struggling with the translation from death. Which controller? To another. It's a simple favor, and if you don't have means to do it, I will hold no ill will against any of you, and will thank you for the experiences and culture and go. We are just looking for either direct methods of getting to a location in what was it, like on the other side of the mountains or something like that?
It's kind of like just over the wall, but on like the same plane. It's like going from one temple to the other, like as the crow flies, is something like 10 miles. But it's just like, well, there's this entire fucking, the most militarized border in the entire world in the way. So obviously we'll have to go around in some respects, but
yeah, I think something like flowery, but something has something like the lines of basically needing to cross the border, and she's like looking either for direct transport to that, so we may go on a magical mission, or if you may provide us with direct contact to the any other groups or gatherings of sorcerers. I don't know if you would like definitely into like ghost man, probably not a sorcerer, so just being like other magic users who may have access, something like shadow walking or teleportation, or even more mortal means that may have magical protection. And I don't have a lot of curse breakers in my temple, but I do have quite excellent researchers.
There is a moment where you're kind of like struggling with the translation of like, necromancers is my term, but it's like necromancer adjacent. Seems kind of like, it kind of like, Anglo-centric, because that doesn't really work. There is this moment where like Meiji kind of like narrows her eyes and like glares at you very slightly, and then her eyes open and the accent gets much stronger, as clearly the ghost is like stepping in on your behalf, and is like, last, the term they use for themselves are Shugum Mu. It's kind of a shaman thing, ancestor worship, ancestor mage, I guess. Is something like that. Ghost mage. Yeah, you could say just like death mage, something like that. They'll figure it out. But if you want the proper term, it's Shugumyu.
Cal, I think, nods and repeats it back, probably very poorly.
Yeah, it's
But you tried.
Yes, and they seem to appreciate it. The others have now kind of like gathered around into this like little conclave. You kind of realize that between the ghosts and the people, you're very surrounded and can no longer like easily get away without shadow walking, which may be of some concern. But for the for the most part, they seem to be quiet for a moment, and you can almost hear. I think May also probably hears this a little bit too, just because there's so much, and it's one of those things where the ghosts kind of press on the real world. It almost sounds like just kind of the rustling of leaves against each other as the ghosts seem to speak to their death managers. Chugumyu for their Chugumyu, and it like clearly like give counsel and like ask about it, and the woman leader gives you a little nod, and as she speaks to you, and Meichi translates, the what she literally says is something like fellow practitioner, but I think you understand it's like the equivalent of the necromancers calling each other brother and sister. Like it's a recognition of kind of who and what you are. Saying, I'm afraid that we're not in much of a position to help anyone get anywhere. We're struggling a little bit to help ourselves with this curse, but we could introduce you to some members of the sacred house and make some introductions there. But of course, if we do that, it would be on our honor that you were introduced, and so we would need to know you a little better. Perhaps your researchers or curse breakers could help us, and we would appreciate such help. You appreciate is kind of like grudgingly said. Very. They have some pride, and they don't really want a foreigner coming in and solving their problems, but they are like any assistance you could offer in that way would be appreciated. We have lost too many.
Understood. I would not propose a unfair trade. All right. Let me know what you need from me in terms of information, and then I have a way of directly communicating back to my own fellow. What was the equivalent of the associates in my? And she was like, my associates, and I will see what information I can provide for you instantly, and what could be maybe sent on a more delayed timeline.
You can see there's a little bit of kind of quiet argument. Meichi is kind of like, don't trust these random outsiders with
Random
our
ass
problems.
white people.
Yeah, kind of thing. But as you're kind of looking around at all these people, give me an insight check, either one or both of you.
May's like,
Cal's
I
inside?
haven't even gotten the opportunity to be like, I'm hot, and my name is Meg Adley.
Yeah,
Look at my tattoo.
what's going on?
What the hell?
I haven't paid money to a single person since we've rolled up.
Is your curse solved by money? My insight's +6.
I'll just help Mooney.
Okay.
Yeah. Give advantage.
That was so fucked. Okay. Better. 21.
Okay. With a 21, you're looking at all these people as they clearly have like a quiet conversation, and there is definitely like more rustle of ghost talk, and you kind of get the sense that while it's not necessarily like a psychic connection, there may be a thing of being like a practitioner can communicate non-verbally to their ghost, who tells another ghost, who tells their practitioner, like a chain of communication where they can kind of very quietly gather like consensus, at least in simple things. You are looking at these people. Meiji is like angry and proud and tough. This leader, her mother, is very very like stoic and keeping a stiff upper lip. The farther away they are from like the very close group, the people who are like right up in your face, the more worried they look and the more like relieved they are that you're offering help. This is clearly like outside of the pride, this is something that is really hurting them and they desperately need assistance. So the consensus ultimately comes back that they will tell you about what has been happening to them, and they will ask for your help in exchange for like favors. There's definitely this thing of like this attitude of like, we will not be in your debt.
Cal's like, respect.
Yeah.
That's my kind of people. Don't
yeah.
owe anyone shit.
Mm-hmm. May's
Make
probably
people
like,
owe your fingers to you. That's it. You get bones, you give nothing back.
yes. May's probably like, we could be friends, and they're like, no, bonds of debt.
This is a purely transactional relationship. Cal's like, yeah, thank you.
The word comes back to you. We will bring forward some witnesses, and they can speak of what they saw. And you see the lead woman and kind of like her immediate counsel all like get possessed, and suddenly you are talking to a series of ghosts who you get the sense are either like they witnessed this as ghosts, or they were people who were killed and then recovered as ghosts by whatever happened. And they relay to you the curse. I can hear you talking, Han, but you're muted.
Oh, Fish is like, I missed a whole ass side quest.
Yes. Fish is having their own side quest, which we are jumping to as soon as I finish this. So.
We're coming back with like a new item and like higher stats and like, yeah, like in video game terms, not in D&D terms. And Fish is like, I got a scar now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I traded my eye for new powers. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I've got 4 new tattoos. Why do they not look fresh? You were gone for only like 4 hours. Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Time distortion, different dimensions. Don't worry about it.
I got kidnapped by a weird little guy who had a Neopets cake, and I fought a weird woman asking for a skullduggery, whatever that is.
Memories.
As these witnesses relate to you the curse. It started with first the sightings of the beast, and that's how they refer to it. Not a dog or a wolf. The beast, creature on all fours, dark of fur, and we would see it at the edges of our village. The exact thing is kind of like complex. You get the sense that they didn't live here. They moved here. They were pushed here by whatever this was. It started appearing, and people started missing. And for most of them, we never found their ghosts. They would just disappear. Then we started finding this symbol carved on the trees on the wall of our temples. And they quickly sketch out the same symbol that was shown to you by Wreath, the triumvirate. Eventually, the figure appeared. And the description they give you is a person, maybe male based on the size. Nobody seems to have gotten a close look. It was always from a distance, this figure, tall, shrouded in a hood, hunched shoulders, maybe 7 feet tall. And strange, body not quite shaped the way they would expect, and carrying a staff that jingled slightly as he walked. They would just hear the jingling, and on the wind, a whistling. And then we started finding the bodies. The first witness we had, and this is like the witness themselves conveying this, that they were one of the ones that escaped, essentially. That this figure, although they could never quite make it out, as it got closer, it seemed to become almost blurrier, less distinct. And in trying to fight it, it swung its staff and neatly severed my arm. And as it held me there and I started to bleed to death, it questioned me in my mind, and it pulled out my secrets. Secrets about ghosts, about death, about how things worked on the other side, and how to essentially they dance around the subject before finally like telling you. It was looking for how we bring back the ghosts, how we get them, and we said that we didn't. Vast majority of the ghosts we find are Keiska. They're wandering ghosts that are haunting their family or a location, and we are asked to come and exorcise them, clear them out, separate them from that place, and then they join us instead. Very rarely do we get someone from the who's actually from death and kind of came back. And that person managed to escape and bleed to death in the compound, and so they were able to rescue his ghost. And a few more died. Heads neatly severed, arms, legs, torso neatly severed. And there, all of a sudden, it sort of stopped. almost as quickly as it began. Every once in a while, we still hear the whistling and the jingling on the wind, but no more people disappeared. And we got out of there, and we've been moving ever since.
I think Cal's in full nerd mode, which means like she took her notebook out and she like propped her glasses up on the top of her head.
She's like,
And she's like,
yep,
yeah, and then she's like just fully in focus, and she's just like, what? When you say curse, is there an active magical effect or detriment happening, or is the curse referring to more a bad thing happened and not necessarily in the magical ailment sort of term?
You get the sense when they're trying to answer this in like clearly a way that is technical but also like colored with religion, in the same way that like Cal has experience with necromancers of being like there's a magical answer and there's a religious answer, and some people some necromancers are more likely to kind of think in one way versus the other. You get the sense that to them in their worldview, it's kind of one and the same, that this horrible thing happened to them and therefore it must be some sort of like karmic curse, something from the other side like has a grudge with them and is hunting them down or something like that. And they see kind of this stoppage as more of a pause and a reprieve rather than like an ending of whatever this is happening, because they use their magic and they communed with the spirits and they did their rites and got like no answer and nothing seemed to like work. So because they didn't do anything that seems to work, this whatever it is, this beast, this figure, whether they're the same or different, is going to come back, and they can only like kind of try and get to safety. Based on like the specifics that they're sharing with you, you don't think that they have been like magically tagged or magically cursed in some way. You do know that you didn't really have a lot of truck with her because it wasn't super necessary to what you were doing. But one of the primary investigators at the Canadian Sanctuary, Kat Arett, was a Cursebreaker specialist, and you may be able to reach out to some old contacts and get a kind of second opinion on that. But at least as far as you know, it doesn't feel like they're describing anything that's like an actual curse affecting them that you could sense magically, unless it's possible someone has like a tracking spell on them so it can keep finding them, maybe. But yeah, curses are not your specialty, but it doesn't seem like you or they think it is like an actual magical curse as opposed to something hunting them. But in their stories, it's not just them that got killed. Like people around them, mortals in the village, people coming to visit, also disappeared, and some of them turned up dead and their ghosts gone. So it is this kind of thing of like, whether it is actually a curse or just this thing is hunting us, being around us can get you killed as easily as being one of us.
Okay. Cal is, very attentively listening, and she goes, I do not know if it will be received as a comfort that this is apparently a common predicament for any of the gathering of death associate managers. No,
Death consultants.
Yeah. Who are not part of the largely recognized main temples, though I have suspected that it is difficult to tell if that has not been alerted due to pride or a safety in numbers or whatever creature is. The motivation is unknown, and the reason that the larger temples are not worrying with it is also unknown. But it is not just you, and my good news is that I have already set people to work on this for me. The bad news is I have maybe a week of research done, and I have not heard anything of conclusive, but I have no problem with sharing what I do have with all of you.
They are clearly disappointed that you don't have like a solve for them, and it does not seem to be a comfort that other people are dealing with this. And when you were talking to Reith, and Reith was describing this happening to these communities, he was talking about like, yeah, I've got this contact I've got this contact among these groups in Malaysia that have been experiencing this. There's some in like northern China, kind of inner Mongolia, who have been dealing with this. Like he wasn't being like, this is a Korean problem. It's like a lot of people are dealing with this, and it seems to be starting to spill over into like actual necromancer communities, just smaller ones. The thought that it's not just them and they are maybe not actually cursed is probably small comfort compared to like, this is happening to everybody and there's no answer I have for you.
And then, go ahead, Ellie.
Oh no, you go. May just got a couple of questions.
I was gonna say, Cal is going to be like, I am going to call my head of research and see what I can get translated back to you. I assume no one here has access to a teleporter, so I don't assume you'll be able to pick up any work. But I'm, fast at taking notes. And I think she's gonna just like pat May on the shoulder, be like, do your shit. Maybe hand Kekano over and just find, if they're okay with it, a corner to just call Jamal and like go through her notebooks and stuff.
Yeah.
Vegeta's being so cuddly. I'll take a picture.
Oh. Probably they don't like leave you alone. They probably have like one or two members that kind of like step off to the side with you and kind of like, keep you company, but also keep an eye on you. If you give me a what kind of check do I want this to be? I'd say Cal, give me let's say an investigation check of just like actually like asking the right questions while you're talking to these people.
Okay, I'm holding a cat, so I have to try and do this one-handed.
Well, you can give it to Shishido, and you can just bite it and roll.
Can May help at all?
I would say probably, yeah.
Asking questions.
Yeah, you were asking questions. Well, instead of doing advantage, why don't you also give me a roll? And I'll just take them both into consideration.
I got
for
a 15.
Investigation? Okay.
Yeah, for investigation. You got a what? 14?
15.
15. Okay.
May got... So I'm just doing some math. So May got a 13, but I'm going to use Flash of Genius to add, which means I get 18.
Ellie, I'm so sorry. But I believe that you used them all up
all
last
of your
session.
Oh shit, you're right.
And
You're right. I was mentally... Yeah.
We have not had a long rest.
May wanted to go to bed, and Cal said no.
That's right. I was in the mental headspace of like, it's been so long since we had our last session. I was like, yeah, we had a long rest.
No. No, this is the same day.
Give me a second. I want to check if I've got anything that I can use, because I've used Fortunate Soul as well, so that's a no-go.
I can't go back to sewing. Because it is so rare that Shishido just wants to be a sweet little lap kitty.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so needy today.
Nah, I don't have anything I can use. Oh well. So
okay.
Yeah, 15.
Okay. 15 and 15.
We're twinsies at least.
Yeah. You ask some like questions about resources essentially, and it's only like they're only willing to kind of like give you that information in like bits and pieces because this is clearly something they can like hold close to the chest to get your help. But you get the sense of like they have a normal relationship with teleporters. You know, they seem to be a little less common in Asia, but they just hire them the same way that you do. Um, you it just in kind of like a magical assessment of what they can do, you think that they don't really shadow walk or have any other like death teleportation powers. Their abilities are or their help in going north would mostly be in information and contacts. You get the sense that in yes, the teleporters are slowly dying at this point, although they have not realized that yet. But there are
And
fewer
somehow
than them.
no one realizes this until the 2000 what 2008 2009.
Yeah,
I
but yes, you both think, you know, thinking about this kind of mission that like they're like how like tied into the community they are could be helpful, and the information and like abilities that their ghosts give them. You do get the sense, although this is absolutely like with a 15, this is absolutely like one of them started to answer something about the story they were telling and then kind of like held it back, but you got just enough to like put the pieces together. They didn't mean to reveal this, of being like some of their ghosts are literally just ghosts, and some of them do like grant special powers. There is kind of a thing of like if a sorcerer or a magic person becomes a ghost, they can like get part of the powers by using the possession system, that they may have like extra abilities. But you think mostly it's like it seems like they are like genuinely integrated into the Korean culture in a way that necromancers absolutely aren't, and because they do like a community good, you know, exorcising ghosts and things like that, they are kind of welcomed everywhere. So that could be an in if you need to do that. And the border hasn't been separated for so long that like they are now going to be pariahs in the north. You know, they may also work with the common people up north being associated with them, and also that they can kind of send their ghosts away from them to a certain extent, and the ghosts are invisible and therefore can gather information. So you could theoretically, you know, make a deal with them to try to like figure out you know, patrol schedules or something like that, get some kind of information that may help the crossing in some way. But there doesn't seem to be like transportation they can give you.
we don't have a ghost train.
Don't have a ghost train. Don't have a ghost carriage either. The Doulahan is not operating here. But yeah, it does seem like they can help you, just kind of like in a supportive, indirect way, introducing you to other important people, maybe getting you in places or getting you some information rather than like directly getting you over the border. Yeah, and then May wanted to ask some things while Cal calls Jamal into some research.
Yeah, May asks them if any of them dreamt about the beast and the whistling prior to getting murdered.
You get the sense that
For sake of moving plot, Cal does hear that part before she leaves, just because we never fucking got to that.
yeah, you never had.
We'll follow that, but
later.
Cal heard that as she was walking away. Asterisk for later.
From what you are told is some did, some didn't. Some of the people who are dead reported having these kind of strange dreams and seeing the figure walk through their dreams, essentially. And some people didn't report that, but maybe they had it, maybe they didn't. And some people who are still alive and like were yeah, some attacked, some not attacked, had those dreams as well, and they seem to have stopped a little bit after the beast kind of left them alone, but every once in a while they come back. So it may genuinely be like a proximity thing in some way, but also you're like, you know, you're trying to put together like like timeline locations, you're like, this was still happening to them. Like they were being actively attacked by this beast. At times, I know Sinner was having nightmares. So it is like maybe it's a proximity thing for everyone but Sinner, or maybe it's something entirely different and you don't know. It's hard to tell.
May also wants to know where this compound is.
Essentially, they report that they're like essentially order what they do is they're not often together. They travel the countryside and they perform ceremonies, and people hire them to exorcise ghosts. The village they were in was essentially like a home base they return to every now and again as they kind of separate and come together, separate and come together. It is a little bit to the north, mostly to the east, in the outside of Seoul, like a little bit into the much more rural areas, kind of closer into the mountains. One of the reasons they're so haggard is clearly they've kind of traveled a ways to get away from the scenes of horror.
And all of these deaths occurred in the compound or spread out just while they were doing their business?
The way they figured it out is they were coming together, like reconjoining to meet up. There's some festivals that they kind of all do together where they rejoin, and they all come together, and like people were missing. And then they were like, huh. And then they started seeing the creature outside the compound. So it's like, are those people genuinely lost somewhere or got waylaid, or they're in jail or whatever, or did this creature like take them out in travel? No idea. They're just gone.
Okay.
A lot of the other people that disappeared at the compound, at the village, never like had a body that was found or anything. So they don't know.
Can I roll to see if the triumvirate symbol means anything to May, or have I already done that? I can't remember if Cal's told me about this.
Don't believe Cal did. I think she kept that private.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a history check. The DC is fairly high, and unfortunately you can't use Cat's abilities because this is not something that was previously in an adventure.
Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't matter anyway. That's a 9.
Okay.
So.
May knows historically that the triumvirate symbol is it's a triangle, and the triangle has this like deep history in a lot of different cultures. There's like, a triangle is the strongest shape, in the creation of the pyramids and things like that. So it's this kind of motif that shows up in a lot of cultures. The trinity of different gods, the triangle is like a sacred object. Even like the Taeguk symbol that these death shamans have is a trinity. It's just a swirled trinity. You just kind of know it's a fairly like common symbol culturally worldwide. And looking at the symbol, which is kind of like it has a sun, moon, and a star at each of the 3 points. You're like, okay, I've seen some cultures that kind of like have astrological signs associated with a triangle. I remember reading some of my parents' books. There's like a little bit of that in Persia that we found. There is definitely some of that in your own studies in ancient Egypt of like, sometimes like the Eye of Ra was encapsulated in a triangle, and he's of course associated with the sun. Like generally speaking, like, the Illuminati and the Freemasons both use like triangles in their symbology. It's just kind of this thing of like, you're aware that this is something, but you don't know what. With a 9, it's probably like, this is either something kind of like old or something modern based on something old, in the same way Freemasonry and the Illuminati are like basing their iconography on older stuff. But that doesn't really even limit it to like a world region, even like getting more detailed than that.
Okay. A final question. Does May get the sense that this group would be offended by her giving them some money to try and help them get by?
Yes.
Come
But
on,
that
that
Moneybags.
doesn't mean they wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She won't
it's-
do it then.
No, it's they are like community members. They are like paid for certain like specific ceremonies and stuff. But you can also tell it's sometimes like we just come to the village and just like do this important ritual, and then like it's not payment for the ritual, but people like donate what they can to us because we're important to the community is doing these rituals and stuff. They're a religious organization and a public one in a way that the necromancers aren't. So like getting donations for their stuff is not the worst thing in the world, but being like, this is charity because you need it, not because you're like an important part of our community,
Yes.
is insulting in a certain way, but doesn't mean they're not going to take it. It just may mean that like instead of going like, leader, here is some cash to protect your people, you might just be like, hey, Mei-Chi, here's a little something. Make sure this gets around. Less public.
Yeah, okay, May will do that later then.
Yeah.
May like pretends that she has like a ancestor here, and she's like, "Yeah, can you please summon them? Oh, it didn't work. Oh, okay.
Oh
okay,
no, yeah.
Well,
Can you burn some prayers for me? Cool. Here's $500. That's definitely what the service was worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think while we are preparing to call Jamal is when we will shift over to see how Fish and Hyunju are doing tonight, because before we do that, I think that as May is asking these questions, trying to figure out how the money situation is going to go, and Cal is sitting on the steps getting out the sending stone and her documents, reviewing her notes. There is a little bit of sound of someone else arriving, and you see Hyunju and Fish slip out
Oh, no.
through the building. So we'll now rewind time to see how we got here.
Oh dear.
All right. Fish, it is time to party. You are immediately taking a walk, going directly into the pleasure district, chatting with Hyunju. It's real flirty, real fast. And the first thing I need is for you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. -1. 13.
Okay. Well, you got above a 10, which means you can also make a medicine check for me.
Okay. 15.
15. Okay. That was exactly the DC you needed to beat. You took that drink with Hyunju as you're heading out. You're going to go find a party, have a nice night, have a date. The alcohol seems to be hitting you a little stronger than it should. You just like a mixed whiskey, it burns in your stomach, but you had enough food and it shouldn't be this immediate. And, your fingers probably shouldn't be tingling at this point. And so while it is very strongly affecting you with that high enough Constitution saving throw and the medicine check, I think it crosses your mind of being like, either I'm a little too weak or that was drugged.
Yeah.
I don't
Um,
think that's high enough for you to be like figure it out quickly enough to be like, okay, and now I need to like go purge or something to get it out of my system. Like it is affecting you, but now you're aware that it's affecting you. Yeah, she absolutely slipped something into your drink and played it off as if this was a date she got stood up for. There,
because earlier,
the
Fish
whole.
just straight up drank one of her things, and she was like, "You'll do that again, I bet."
And as you think back to it, you're like, she was sitting there with her own drink, and after we walked in, the bartender walked out with another drink and set it on the table. I saw that drink the entire time it was out, so I wouldn't be suspicious, which means that she drugged it, gave it to the bartender, and said, hey, walk back with this in like 5 minutes or something. You got trapped.
Yeah. Yep. And
Ye-
look, I gotta say that the extent of their realization of what has happened to them is more like, oh, she must have drugged me. Aw. Nice. Like, flattered a little
Yeah,
bit.
it is a happy drug. It's you're definitely getting like buzzed plus. You're feeling good. The lights and sounds are like really pumping. There's a big crowd here, lots of people, living life. And you're just enjoying it, and none of those rolls were high enough to know if she did it to you or that was a trap for anybody and you triggered it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. As you are spending some time together, the conversation turns fairly sexual almost immediately.
Yeah.
It is absolutely like polite chit chat, feeling up your arm a little bit as you're strolling down, passing a brothel, and her like making comments on the people you can find there. Like, I think maybe Fish as a talker, as a manipulator, can kind of notice a little bit like, wow, she really she slipped in that subject so well. She's clearly a professional.
Oh yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she really
Yep.
got in there good. But with that, as you stop in at a stand and get a little soju and a little food, she's chatting, she laughs and puts her hand on your chest.
Not there. Here.
Oh. All right. And just kind of like trails a finger under one of the sweaters over your collarbone. The conversation turns ever so subtly towards things that may be of interest to her. Like, probably gets Fish talking about like what you did today, what happened at the temple, and it starts out being like, oh, we had to take a bath together. And she's like, okay, we're shifting that to sexual things. We're not talking the subject for a while. Oh, I bet you got a good eye full, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we're shifting back into information I want. How well do you think Fish is tracking kind of this happening? How well do you think Fish is like in control enough to?
So I think it's not unreasonable to say that on the taxi back from the temple, that May and Cal would have been like, "Hey, you remember the house? It was decked in traps, and you just walked straight through them." And Fish goes, "Oh, I'm just too good at it, I guess." But now, a bit more of an awareness of like, "Oh, this is what it's like when you're in it." they're trying to keep a handle on it.
Give me a no, actually not yet. The most important thing she asks you as she's sort of leading you around, showing you a bunch of fun things. This is a part of the district you haven't seen before. There is honestly some like kind of carnival-esque games in stands on the side. Most of them are rigged, but they're still fun. And Hyunju is actually making a game out of figuring out how they're rigged with you and like pointing out all the little tips and tricks. And as she's kind of like getting this information about how your trip was, she's just like, so did you find what you were looking for? You found the god, Lord Inari?
Not quite yet, but like we've got the biggest trail that we've got so far, like much more than just a hey, go to Korea and seek out this lady. No offense.
Oh, of course. It's just I guess then if you're on the trail, I've done my job, so
yeah. And a very good job you did.
Oh, thank you so much. It was a pleasure working with someone so cute. And now you need to give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh.
Because you just admitted that the job was done, which means the protections she promised to Lady Inari to not spell you are no longer in effect.
Yeah. Fun times. 17.
17. You can feel the edges of it, but it doesn't quite take a grip on your mind. The drugs are not like really fucking you up. They're just making you more susceptible, a little more easygoing. And so you don't necessarily feel like, ooh, like I dodged a bullet there. There was an effect that I got rid of, but it doesn't quite like grab onto you. It just kind of rolls off. And Fish probably interprets that as just, liking Hyunju and getting to spend time with her and enjoying the night. As you continue on, there is a dancing parlor that she takes you to. You each get another drink, and you get in, and the music is like very Western, very American, but with a very heavy like drum beat. They've got a big traditional drum being beat center stage that's given everybody a big bump and rhythm to move to, and she brings you into a dance.
In the future this will be called jungle, I believe.
Oh, what does that make us? The predators, maybe?
Maybe only one of us. Yeah. Because little fox person, yeah. Fish aren't predators. They're just kind of there.
No, a little bit of prey, maybe. And she leans in and she whispers that into your ear and then gives you a little nip with 2 sharp teeth. Yeah, you're flirting with danger, but Fish likes that.
Yeah. No, it's not negative.
No,
they
it
think
is.
I've been in so much more dangerous situations than this.
Yes, probably not true, but
No.
but yeah, to Fish's perspective, as you continue to dance and she gets closer to you, she's touching you a lot more. It becomes a little bit of a bump and grind, which is not how you see a lot of people dancing, but is what you're doing.
Yeah. Let them
um,
be uncomfortable and or enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. And yes, this is very much like this is the pleasure district. There's definitely more touching and contact than you would normally find at like a sock hop, but this is mostly kind of like light touching partner dancing, and that's not what's happening here. As the beat goes, and you start to sweat in this dance hall, and she's getting closer to you and touching you more. If you would like, you can go ahead and give me an insight check.
Yes. mm. 11.
Okay. She is a little bit flushed. The dancing and the touching is kind of getting to her too. She is into you. And
You can blame her.
yeah, you think maybe tonight's gonna end up being a good night if you keep playing your cards right, because you can see a little bit of the manipulation maybe fall away as she seems to still be working, but genuinely into you.
Yeah. And, they don't disrespect the hustle. Like, yeah, you got your job, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. There you go.
All right.
I accidentally rolled a 20. I think it just means that I'm right.
Okay. You continue along your night. As you leave the dance club, she whispers to you, and there is a brothel just a couple blocks away that does a little more sensual dance performances. It essentially a strip club in a way, as the night gets even more kind of sexual. And as this is happening, give me 2 charisma saving throws, as we kind of abstract a little bit more of the night.
Oh, one of them's a no. 2 nat ones?
All right. Then
So that's 2 6s, but
yeah.
bro. Oh no.
That was not with advantage or disadvantage. That was 2 separate rolls.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the one is not the cupcake.
Yes, now you know. As the night starts getting heavier, you start to lose track a little bit about where you are, what's happening, what's going on around you, topic of conversation, as her charm effect infiltrates your mind. In between the drugs and the alcohol and this gorgeous woman with you, you are falling in deep. There is a moment that you vaguely remember as you travel this night, getting a little bit of a quiet space. She asks and you offer, and there's a little bit of kissing and life drinking in a quiet alleyway, which of course feels phenomenal. As you continue to stumble around, and you vaguely remember her whispering, like, I just need to take care of something really quick, something like that. I mean,
yeah, go
if
piss. Okay.
that could have been now, that could have been like 2 hours ago. You don't really know, but you suddenly find yourself kind of stepping out a group of weird people in kind of blue as Hyunju takes out a little envelope and goes over to speak with one of them, who's wearing a really nice, really tall hat.
Who's in
Honestly,
charge?
yeah, and I mean, maybe you would be in charge if you got that hat. You know, yeah, Fish has some nice hats, but
They're
they're
all
like
flat.
they're like flat brim. They're like medium. What about big? You know, emblems, flowing stuff. Yeah. As the rest of you are having a very serious and tense conversation. And I think with her passive perception, it's probably May that notices Hyunju come out of one of the alleyways and go over to speak with somebody, as Fish is kind of like tagging along behind, not looking to be in a particularly good state by your estimation.
Okay. One thing is that, let's say earlier on, before they get really fucked up, Fish is actually wanting to calculate the conversion rate of the. Okay, so 8 months was 3 seconds. How long would, like, a minute? Like, how much would that take off? Like, what would that be?
You're trying to do these calculations, and it's probably a thing of like you're trying to do them, and then she answers you, and you realize you were speaking out loud, and just kind of like that.
No,
like
they're
Yeah.
asking.
but also just kind of like fading in and out of conversation of like you'll ask, and then you'll maybe realize that like you were last having this conversation like 45 minutes ago, and you've just been thinking about it. Like very much like time is weird in this place. Give me a intelligence saving throw just to see like how much you can retain of what she's telling you and put together.
19. It's
19.
very important
All
information.
right, it's very important to you. Essentially, how she has a certain amount of control over it. She gave you guys like the least pleasurable, least like sex-related version because it was a business transaction. She can drink 5 months and make it last half an hour, and it feels good the whole time. She can make it feel even better than it does, and in hints and nudges, doing it while having sex is even worlds better. There is definitely some like implications that she can do it like harder so that it hurts, of kind of like she has control over whether it's like actually like, you know, it being a nice enjoyable experience is something she does on purpose, and that maybe, you know, historically Gumiho would like, it would be torture for somebody to go through that, especially if they were getting drained dry. And I think also with a 19, you kind of sort of try to keep track of what's happening and how much is happening to you, and you get the sense that she's essentially taking little sips very frequently that feel really good, kind of keep you in that state of ecstasy, but you're not actually losing too much. You might have got like maybe a year taken off in this whole night so far. There may be more.
What was I gonna do with it?
Yeah, there may be more yet to come. She's really heavily hinting, you know, heading back to her place for a big event. But for right now, not too much has been taken, and it's been good the whole time.
Cool.
All right. Macy's, Hyunju, and a very intoxicated in multiple ways Fish.
Does Youngji have like an obvious like glow? Does she look vibey?
You look at her and there is so much like instant attraction that you have to be like sinner,
Ooh.
sinner, sinner. There is kind of like an aura she's putting out of being like full power, where everybody's gonna think she's hot to a certain extent, and you can see a couple people kind of like looking at her in among the necros, kind of looking at her and kind of like unconsciously drifting her way as she goes to
Awooga,
have a
yeah.
conversation with someone. Yeah. No,
Okay.
it's May can probably be like could probably put together pretty easily. Like she's been either feeding or just like having a good time and is using her powers. I don't think you would see like she's been feeding on fish necessarily without a roll, but yeah,
I'll roll
she
for
looks
it.
good.
Arcana?
Yeah.
15?
Has Fish like been left behind? Are they just kind of just standing there?
She kind of like speeds up to be like, oh yeah, just wait for me. Okay, now I've got some business to take care of. Okay, yep, I'll take that cash. Thank you. I hope I wasn't making you wait too long, baby. Of being like,
Oh,
Fish is not like
no.
left behind, but kind of like she speeds up. Of like Fish can kind of like stumble along behind, kind of thing. Like she doesn't park you somewhere, but she also doesn't like stay with you for the moments. That was a 15 on Arcana.
Yeah.
Okay. With a 15, Fish is looking pretty happy, and you think you know what that means with her, but Fish seems okay. Like, it's definitely like Fish is stumbling a little bit, and you're like, okay, maybe alcohol or other things instead of just this. But it's been like hour and a half, and Fish is alive, which is great.
It's the bare minimum.
May will magical telephony them and just be like, "Are you okay?"
There's voices in your head, Fish, and not the ones that were there like 10 minutes ago. It sounds like May.
May, you never answered my question. Chihuan, that's what Sin is gonna grow up to be. Are you okay with that?
May, look, where's Cal?
Cal is essentially like on the other side of the group, making the call to Jamal and researching her notes, something we will run in just a minute. But essentially there is a lot of people between where Cal is and where Fish and Hyunju are coming out, and May is noticing. So Cal absolutely could notice like a disturbance and see that they're there. Hyunju has probably noticed May. Hyunju cannot see Cal right now, and neither can Fish. So it's just kind of like how distracted Cal is by like the work she's doing. If she notices that there's a disturbance of someone new coming.
I've been okay. No, Ellie, you go in a second. But I've been thinking of a Fish May interaction as a bit for like the past week, and so if there's time. But no, what's the business?
No, May will be like, "Yeah, you're totally right, Fish." It like swaps the line to Cal and is like, "I think we have a problem." Swaps back and is like, "Hey, like, has Hyungju like have you two been, wink in a very like, haha, isn't this so fun?" Mentally, how many fucking years has she taken from them?
May, come on now. That's not a very polite question to ask, but we're not very polite people, are we?
How many days do you reckon?
Oh man, some good ones. I'll tell you that's what I'll tell you that much. Speaking of days, May, let's I'm sure that you're aware by now, but it's someone's birthday coming up very soon. Let's keep it on the down low. But they might be wanting a surprise party. And
Mooney is muted, but I can hear her laughing in the next room, just FYI.
and so I think it's our responsibility to put something together. It doesn't have to be a surprise. Obviously, it doesn't have to be a surprise if we're going to be putting it together. How do you good for that? The 20th.
You know, that sounds like an excellent idea. Why don't you come back to the room with me and we can actually talk about it, have some more drink, have a real, like, party, just the two of us.
I respect what you've got going with Cinna. Yes, you're hot. Yes, I'm disappointed we never got to have, like, a dalliance of any kind because you just immediately went for him. But, like, that's okay. I can live with that.
I'm so glad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm more meant
you ever
because, like,
need a
we're good
third.
friends. You know, good friends like to spend time together.
Yeah.
Get a couple of drinks. Yeah, come back to the room with us. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure, alright, but no funny stuff, because, he'll kill me.
He will kill you. I would never do that to you, Fish.
I think
Oh,
it's
thank-
important for this interaction to know whether Kekino is with May or with Cal.
I don't know.
I had previously said May.
Okay. He's holding Gekino like,
Yes.
Putting it hand over his little seal ears.
Yeah,
Like that's
Of his
not
little-
anything.
over his little, sea lion, little bits.
Kekino is like, oh, Dad's having his fun time. I see. This
he
is
sure is, buddy.
this has happened before, maybe not in this exact way, but this is familiar enough to Kekino that he has been trained to be like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna make sure that, I'm having fun and I'm with the rest of my family because Dad's gotta go and do private stuff. His private play dates with people.
Does he say that to me?
I mean, he's probably expressed this before to May, but then he's like, yeah, Dad's having fun. He's probably gonna go. Dad, you're probably gonna go on a private play date with.
No, I think
Lady
his
Foxlady,
private.
right?
I think as Kekino, I think that he wants. I think your father wants to spend time with us because we haven't seen them very often over the last couple of days, right? It's been too long.
Yeah.
We can run a bath, Kekino.
Oh, I mean, we would just kind of like just left, but yeah, I always want to spend time with Dad. Hyunju has dropped off whatever she was going to, is like putting away some cash, and
He's like,
yeah, it's like, oh, hey, May, kind of like slips in next to Fish, arm around the waist, like really close. Hey, May, didn't expect to see you here.
What a coincidence, May. Like, I know that
Truly.
you've got your mental stuff going on, but, like, you're not as sensitive, but
well, that's what
maybe
you think.
I'm as sensitive. No. Okay. Oh my god.
Oh,
And you know
Wow.
what? I know what you're thinking right now, and you know what it is? How good a big glass of wine back with us and Kekino. We can have a little party.
I'm not having any wine, thank you.
Oh no,
No,
of course
no.
not, Kekino.
No,
You'll have
for him.
orange juice.
That's his. You remembered that that's his favorite, May.
How could I not?
May. This is
May
like,
puts an arm around their shoulder and starts like aiming them away.
Give me a athletics check.
It's not going to be very good.
oh,
It's a 14.
that's all right.
With a total of 15, Hyunju, like, you kind of pull Fish a bit, and it's kind of like, ow, as Hyunju kind of like sinks nails into like Fish's side and like keeps them from getting pulled away, and kind of like positions herself a little bit to be between Fish and May, and it's just like, oh yeah, I know this great wine place just around the corner. We can all
Why don't
go
we all
there
go?
together.
We can all go there together. And then back to the hotel after.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, or another hotel. There's quite a few beds around
I think our
here.
hotel is quite good. We've already
I
paid.
like the one where we're staying.
Right? It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And May is like showing her teeth. Chimpanzee, like threat display.
Hyunju is also showing teeth, and you can see she is like torn the illusion a little bit that like her teeth are sharp as she's giving it just like glaring into your eyes, like raising an eyebrow a little bit of like, I appreciate this game and I'm willing to play it with you, but I am gonna win. And is kind of like snuggling into Fish a little bit and was like, well, you know, the most important thing about the hotel room, right? No roommates, a little bit of privacy. Is that what you have back there?
Oh yeah, it's my room.
Oh, well then I'm sure that'll be fine.
Oh yeah. May, you know, listen, we'll have a signal. I'll do the thing and I'll tell you, and that means fuck off. But we can hang out for a bit.
May will take that and still is mentally like ringing the alarm bell at Cal, like, girl.
Cal has
Ding,
been
ding, bitch.
Cal has been on a call with Jamal and keeps getting these mental pings from May, and it's finally like, what?
Okay, one last bit, which is, you know, when you and Senna were coming back and you were totally gonna fuck right then, I knew, and I could have not done anything and we would have totally ruined the vibe, but no, I pulled Denier out the window. I did that for you, mate, because I love you, like a sister, you know.
Fish.
But like,
I love you too.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
so
you're
This is
really
what
good
you to
friends.
watch?
so you let me fucking private.
It's because I'm a good friend that I'm not going to let you do that, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Tekno's going la 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 la.
And then May is going to mental telephony Fish, and in as kind and as sober a way as she can manage. Sober is in like serious.
I understand.
Say, yeah, Fish, you do understand that the more you give away, the less time Techno has.
I'd like to make a roll for that to just snap them to at least like, give them a
Absolutely,
huge reality check.
I'd say a charisma saving throw to be like you know, selfishness versus you know, how much you care about others, including Gekino.
Sorry, boy. Not 9.
I think with a 9 is enough to be like, maybe I'm reducing Kekino's time, but maybe not. Like you're kind of getting into like not totally like fuck him, but like justifications of being like, well, Kekino is mine, but he's also, you know, my dad's expression of his power. I'm pretty sure Kekino could like live longer than me. Kekino can give life span increases. Honestly, I don't even know. You know, I'm some kind of like godkin thing. I might live to be like 2,000, and this is all just, you know, a drop in the bucket. You know, who cares? I think it's just kind of like, I don't think it's like entirely dismissive of that line of argument, but I think it's you kind of like talk yourself around to it not being as big of a deal as May is implying.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, May, and I am not listening.
or being like, May, you got me to quit cigarettes. That just bought me like 10 years. I got 10 years then.
Yeah.
I promise 10 years and that's it. I'm cutting myself off. I am so in control of my life gambling right now.
And May, you know what they say about a budget? You lose it or you use it or you lose it.
Collisionist, I really need you over here very quickly.
Okay, cut slightly back in time to Cal putting in this call to Jamal and checking your notes and stuff. Unbeknownst to you, what was that?
The static.
Was it static, or was it you like throwing fabric around?
I don't think I did anything.
Um.
It was on
Uh.
Jamal's end.
Yeah. Maybe. Yes. At this
It was the
exact.
dog coming for Jamal.
Maybe. At this exact moment. Uh. At this exact moment, you're sitting over looking at your notes. May is still interrogating the Koreans here. At this exact time, Fish and Hyunju are stumbling out of an alleyway around the corner. Just haven't quite reached there yet. Hyunju leans in and whispers in Fish's ear.
Nice car.
And
Perfect.
you put in the call to Jamal. How like personal of the call do you make it? Is it all business? Is it also checking in on the sanctuary? I mean, the temple and Jamal. What's the vibe here?
It's business, but like affectionate. Like it's very clearly about being like, I kind of now have May's distracted and these people around me don't speak English, so maybe kind of getting an joy of maybe slightly more private of a call in, and not in like anything, it's just like a slightly warmer tone than I think she usually gives.
And I think that's probably that's kind of like your default with Jamal, of being like, most of what you discuss is the business of the temple. You are co-workers, he's your number two in a lot of ways, but he's good at what he does and you like him. So that's probably kind of how you're used to interacting with him. Affectionate business.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yes. Hello, Collisions. How can I help?
Hi, I am. Everybody's gone. Hello.
They're giving you privacy.
Yeah, I wanted to give you a few updates. I know I just called. So things have been. She doesn't giggle quite that much, but I think you could kind of hear like a soft, nice exhale at that, and she says, "Thank you. I wanted to let you know that. Well, I should probably get the unpleasant out of the way first. Apparently we are traveling to North Korea in this mission next. Obviously, be careful. But." Yes, not, I suppose, the best news. But I'm sure we'll be fine, and if I'm not, I'll try my best to get the others home, and just send Elise this way, and she'll probably be able to revive me.
Yes, of course. No, I'll call your sister and let her know to be on standby. I've been reading the news. Isn't that like really like dangerous? I mean, can you go there? I thought with the war and everything, the border was closed. Is there like a magic like exchange program or something like that, or?
Maybe. I am currently exploring that avenue. It doesn't seem to be. Well, we'll choose to be optimistic.
Hun, you entirely cut off. I can hear you in the next room. Ooh, everything is robotic. I can still hear you talking and nothing's coming through.
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah, I guess these headphones decided that they didn't actually want to work in substitute for my normal ones because I kept feeling them click. They made like a clicking noise. It didn't fucking work. Well, that's
okay.
Fucking...
But what were you saying?
Cal is saying, like, that she's
like, yes, perhaps a magical
pathway. Yes, I think that's what we have.
Like being like, I mean, I guess we haven't completely erased the possibility of that happening, so it's not a lie, even though I don't think that's actually going to be the case.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad the kind of, the magical communities are still like together, even if the country's divided. That's good, I suppose. It's I have heard it's very dangerous there. Very tense. There's still been a lot of shooting over the border, and I think like I from what I've read, they're still like technically at war. Like the war never stopped; it just kind of like paused, and it's still like really really dangerous. So yeah, I'm not totally sure if I'm sort of comfortable with you doing this, but if you're escorted and it's kind of this official cross border thing, I know that you'll be as safe as you can be, and that you can take care of yourself, and I'll put a call out to Elise to make sure that she knows to be on standby. She has been she left a message earlier today. Thankfully, nothing having to do with a certain important date, but there is she's waiting for a callback, so that would be a good time to introduce that. So you're gonna do the exchange, and I guess are the others going with you, or just kind of staying down south, or?
We are all in attendance together. Keep an eye after each other.
Okay. Yeah, and as long as you've got this kind of magical protection, formal program, that sounds scary, to be honest. But I can I've had to deal with a lot of scary things since we started dating. I just as long as you're safe, that's fine. And I'll listen out for word of you.
Yes, well, that's very sweet of you, and I appreciate your confidence in me. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Yes, so for the assistance, I am actually speaking to the death mages of this area, and well, they're having the same problem that Reverend Cleric Wreath mentioned to us about the dog and whistling. So I
Dog
know
and
that
whistling. Oh, yes. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
there's not really a way for, unfortunately, you to be able to. No, we still don't have the Xerox. The Xerox is like 10 years from now. There's no way for you to teleport any documents over to me, but I promise them.
I mean, we can go through teleportation courier. We've done that for some important documents for the sanctuary before, but it's expensive. So yeah, just let me know if you want to do that, and we can do that. But if we can avoid it, the budget for the temple is not, great right now, as you know. So.
And I'm already feeling like, well, May is really spending the most money here, but I'm already feeling like I'm spending too much money on a favor to Fesh. So, yes, I think if you can give me what research you have received and intel, and I can translate that back to them, and we can help them, and in exchange, they will give us what resources they have access to. That seems a fair trade to me. So that's what I went to read to. She gets a call from May, and she's like, okay, yeah, whatever.
It's probably that first one of being like, hey, Cal, whenever you're done, if you have a moment, you can come over. It's going to be like, Cal, I need you.
Yeah, it was just the first one. So she's just like, okay. Yes, so we'll work on getting that. I guess read it off to me, and I will transcribe, I suppose.
Here is the interesting thing of getting your temple to do a task for you. Is a different role than you doing it yourself. You don't have the numbers right now because this is from the game that is still, in development. But I do have the math for what it would be like if you currently had this. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll a d10, and for religion you are going to add 9. The way this is working mechanically is essentially you roll a d10 instead of a d20, and your bonuses for the temple can get fairly high, which allows it to be a lot less swingy, kind of, depending on what the roll is. And the DCs are different than if it was you rolling. So, like, a 20 is not like automatic success or anything like that. But yeah, go ahead and give me a D10 roll.
Okay.
And you said +9 still?
+9.
13.
Okay. 13. Let me. You are going to have to choose whether you want Jamal and the others to have been researching what Reith told you about regarding the symbol of the triumvirate and that stuff, or specifically this beast creature that has been sort of hunting people.
Unfortunately, Cal's a nerd, so I think she would have been going for the symbol.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. What he relates to you is essentially he's been talking to Beliala a little bit about sort of the technical, magical aspects of kind of the concept of the triumvirate, the 3 parts of necromantic magic, body, soul, and anima, and she's she's like you. She's a big spell nerd, so she is kind of like in the same way that like you go to school and you're young and you go to science class and there's 3 phases of matter. There's solid, liquid, and gas. And then you get a little older and go into like high school physics and they're like, there's actually 4 because plasma is a thing. And then if you do it professionally, it's like, actually there's about 47 different phases of matter. It's just that most of them are really, really uncommon and you don't need to know them unless you're a physicist. It's apparently the same kind of thing with the body, soul, and anima of necromantic magic, of being like, on the surface, that is how it breaks down. When you really get into magical theory at like the level that you and Beliala and Elise do, it's not that simple. It's a little messier than that, but it has kind of maintained its status as this like philosophical concept that guides magical research. In regards to the symbol and what it means, kind of like as a thing, he relates research that's a lot of like old legends and stuff like that, like a lot of old records that are inherently not reliable, and he's telling you, like, I've independently confirmed some of the things in these stories happened. There's a lot I can't confirm because there's no records. So take this all with a grain of salt. But what Reith described to you was that each of the 3 of the triumvirate represent like one of the great evils or one of the great devils of necromancy as a faith. The desire to be to like keep yourself alive at the expense of other people, at the expense of immortality for everyone. Body would be like turning yourself into some sort of like higher order zombie or lich or something like that. Soul is trying to like keep yourself alive as a ghost. Anima is trying to do like an echo stone or something like that, like a way of like instead of being like, hey, we're going to do the passage and we're going to end death for everybody and do this really like pro-social thing, it's just like selfishness, just focused on yourself, trying to get yourself to survive, which is always a danger in necromancers because they're inherently afraid of death. And that's always a tendency to want to save yourself. And then maybe you convince yourself, if I live long enough, I can save others, but it doesn't work that way. But what Jamal relays to you with these like legends that he's found in all of these research is essentially that in the same way of like old like medieval Christian lore and stories is like sometimes the devil is a metaphor for temptation and sin, and then other stories is like the devil is a guy who I met in person. There is also that dichotomy of being like in some of the stories, one of the triumvirate is like a metaphor for, kind of selfish research, disregarding the wisdom of your elders in the temple and researching your own stuff. And sometimes it is like this is a person historically who, like this legend said, like wiped out a temple and killed a bunch of necromancers. And what Jamal can get you from his research with a 13 is these are legends. There's no way to know if these were actually people that existed. But in some of these stories, the author at least is convinced this was a person that actually existed. Whether that's true or not, you don't know. The research is very fuzzy. But there could be like a being or 3 beings that actually exist as somehow opposed to necromancy and necromancers. And in the modern day, if somebody is using that symbol, maybe they're claiming to be one of those people. Maybe they're using it for their own ends to like inspire fear, or maybe they liked the old legends or something like that. 13 is also high enough that Jamal was able to find in different stories different names for these 3. One is very consistent, and the others change a lot. And he cannot tell if that is like different cultural stories, different like storytelling traditions or something like that, or if there was genuinely like different people who claimed this title. And there are a couple like actual historical records he's been able to find of being like, hey, there was one thing where like this group was claiming to be representing the triumvirate of Sol and was like attacking the sanctuary, and it was really just this crazy necromancer who wanted to take over and was just like, grabbed the title for himself to strike fear, essentially. But the name that's really consistent is the triumvirate of Body, who is called the Abomination. And the triumvirate of Sol and Anima have changed and been different, but they always have like a title that's like the something. And with the 13, he can't find like more recent information than that. I think you pull out of that conversation being like, it may be that the Abomination is still like actually a person, maybe somebody who made themselves immortal in some way and is like this secret enemy of necromancy. That's kind of unlikely and not necessarily how Cal like views the world. More likely it's like a necromancer or somebody who knows a lot of necromancy lore is choosing to like revitalize this kind of faux religious organization. This like structure, which based on what Jamal has been telling you in these legends is like, it's not like an organization. It's not like there's 3 people trying to bring down necromancy that have like club meetings. It is just this like title of there's always 3 big enemies of necromancy operating in the shadows or something. That at least one legend has like a triumvirate against another triumvirate in like a conflict, so they're not necessarily on the same side. They're just all enemies, if in fact they do exist. And I think Cal, being, you know, a skeptic in that way, probably doesn't think so, but at least some people think so. And that could inspire people to, you know, be like, well, I'm powerful, I'm going to claim this title, kind of thing. Why somebody using that symbol would be attacking these shamans, you have no idea.
I think Cal is like definitely like in the zone. I think this is sort of prime relationship for her, is the idea of just getting really deep in the weeds. So she's just writing really rapid.
This feels exactly like when you and Jamal are sitting in the library together and you're both working and you're only talking to each other every once in a while, but it's so comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, you are getting the distant phone call version of that.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say she's definitely like more affectionate than she'd probably realize she'd do with any sort of audience. So like when she's not getting something, she's she like pauses and she's like, "Can you say that last part again, Monfesme?" Which is her personal pet name for Jamal that has never been heard by any other ears but Jamal.
Oh, of course, Moncherie.
My stick insect.
Yeah, he thinks it's cute, and you know, he's talking to you very sweetly as well, kind of matching energy with energy. But yeah, that's kind of what he relates to you, is like it's this very nebulous thing about you know, who or what this is, if it was real. But that doesn't necessarily matter if someone just kind of like believes it was real. They may like claim ownership. But also in the same kind of way, knowing that Cal is a little bit, you know, pessimistic and dismissive of people, is in the same way that somebody being like, I'm a cultist who works for Satan, some people could be like, ooh, that's scary. And if they went, I'm literally Satan, you would go, no, you're not. Just, no, don't buy it. Just like that it goes over from being scary to just like too ridiculous to care about. You're like, oh, if somebody's pretending to be a obscure devil from ancient necromantic lore, what a fucking nerd.
Get a hobby.
Yeah.
Some necro going around going, it's me, the devil from the Bible.
The Bible. And you're like, that's Jonas's thing. That's what Jonas always says.
I've met an actual freak, okay?
Yeah.
You have nothing.
You're not in the same weight class. Yeah, probably a little bit of like offended nerd pride of being like, you're doing all this only for fellow nerds to like recognize what the fuck you're doing, and even I find it cringe. Jesus.
Yeah. Get good, motherfucker.
Okay, and you're having this conversation. May every once in a while is like, Collisions, I really need you to wrap it up. We've got a sort of evolving situation here. And you're like, yeah. Anyway, my boyfriend.
Yeah.
As, you sort of,
Jamal's like, yeah, I'm making dinner. And she's like, oh, what are you making?
and it's like, it's a pasta. You know, I know you mostly just like, you know, butter noodles, very little spice, just a little bit of pepper. But I think I'm putting some bell peppers in this one. It's pretty nice. Finally, I think May, like, sufficiently gets your attention as you get all this information.
Yeah, Cal's like, okay, yes, all right, what?
May's like, I need you to come over here right now, please.
Is this like someone is dying emergency?
Yes, actively.
Oh.
Little. Slowly.
All right.
Jamal, I am so sorry. I guess someone is actively dying. Thank you. I will try to speak to you after we cross the border.
Yeah, of course. Just let me know, keep me informed, and yeah, of course, go save whoever's dying. Okay.
Probably fish. All right,
Copy.
bye.
Yeah, probably.
Right, she is.
It's like I don't even know Fish is here. Probably Fish.
It's probably fish because Cal really genuinely is like, who the fuck does May care about in this country?
Hyunju is dying, and I think maybe we
God,
can
if
get some
only.
information out of her before she passes away. That's what's important here.
I like to imagine Cal walks over and sees Fish with like May's arm really tight around their shoulder and he really tight around their waist, and they're kind of awkwardly being pulled slightly in either direction.
Yeah, having a weird wrestle, and Cal's like,
Mm.
ooh.
Hyunju is like
He's like-
resting her head on Fish's shoulder, which is also like resting against May's hand and like giving May a look of like, you could join us. And Kekino just goes, "Hi, Collegionists. I hope you had a good call. How is Jamal doing?"
Cal straightens up into like Abbott posture, and she like tilts her head, and she like nods at Kekino, but in a like another time maybe kind of way, where she goes, "Is everything all right?"
Isn't this so nice, Collisionist? Hyungju has joined us and is hanging out with Fish. Spent a lot of time together.
How much time exactly?
I don't know, but I would say that it seems to me like they're no longer in the mental state to be able to make such decisions.
That doesn't sound quite. Now, in my terms of magic and also how in the mortal works, you do need to be well aware of what you are signing away. And if you're not, it should probably be given back.
What, like partying? It's too big a deal to party.
Having a fun time, yeah. I mean,
Look,
what are you
I
going
was
You can trust me.
Listen, Hyungju, she always does this. When she came over and she was like, "Well, is everything okay over here?" I was thinking like, yeah, it was until you showed up. But I wasn't gonna say that because wouldn't that be a terrible thing to say to someone that you care about and are trying to repair your relationship with? But
Fish,
like,
that's
but then
mean.
she goes and I can be very mean.
I like that about you.
Thank you. You're the
Stand your ground.
first.
There's a lot of people, they just fold. You can stand your ground.
Cal's like having none of this. She snaps her fingers in Hyunju's face and is like, "We're having a conversation."
She like fully like smiles at you. It's big teeth, and she looks like she was going to like bite your finger. Well, Cleric, no need to be rude. We're all just having a good time tonight. And May was saying that perhaps the two of you would join us. Maybe go out for a drink. Maybe end up at the hotel.
Do another bath.
May is looking at Cal like,
No, Cal's like firm. She's not being fucked with. She's like, "No, we're doing no such thing. You will undo
Well,
whatever you did.
suppose.
No, you will
Fish and I will
undo
have a
whatever
fun
you
night.
did. You're not paying attention to me."
She releases Fish, steps over to Cal, and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not paying enough attention to you," and like goes up to like cup your cheek and like stroke your chin. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
Can May silvery barbs whatever she's trying to do, or is this
Yes.
not? Okay, yeah.
Wait,
got
is Silvery Barbs making someone re-roll?
It's when a creature I see succeeds on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. But like, I'm not sure whether you would count.
Yeah,
what Hyunju's doing.
they're not. It's essentially a
Yeah.
spell effect with a DC.
What about making counterspell? Maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah.
If it would be strong enough.
No, you can try and counterspell.
Yeah. Okay. That's my magic on. All right. If it's a tier 1 or lower, the spell fails. If it's 2 or higher, make an ability check using a spellcasting ability. The DC is 10 plus the spell's cost.
Yeah. So tell me if you want to do it, and I'll tell you.
Oh,
what you
no,
have
I
to
do
roll
wanna
or
do
not.
it, yeah.
Okay, you do want to do it.
Yeah.
Then yes,
Yeah.
this is a cost 3 or the equivalent of a cost 3 spell. It's a natural
Jesus.
ability, so you do have to roll for it. But yeah, it's not a high DC.
Yep, okay, give me a second. I'm not sure what I'm rolling. Oh, sorry, never mind. It's just a flat 20 and it's got to be over 13, yeah?
No, you do add something to it, I believe. Counterspell.
An ability check using my spellcasting ability, but I'm not really
Yes,
sure
your
what that
spellcasting ability is
system
intelligence.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep.
Yeah. So
That's a
it's
bit better
yes, you
So plus
it's
3.
D20 plus 3, and you're trying to get a 13 or higher.
That's a nat 1. No! Cal, baby, I hope you manage it. May's worried about Sinner.
I think you still like try it. You still try to do this thing, try to like reach out, and Hyunju just kind of like ducks you, takes your hand, and like spins you away a little bit, and then goes into cup Cal. Just kind of like, it doesn't even like break stride. Is so used to people like trying to counteract this and just automatically being able to deal with it. Yeah. Cal, give me that charisma saving throw.
It was a 16.
16. You succeed. You do not notice that the effect has been cast on you, but you are probably like, hey, don't touch me.
Yeah, no, Cal like swats her. Like,
Oh. You see, you're a little fierce too.
She doesn't like being touched.
Oh, I'm sure I could fix that. Well, if the two of you just want to, go do your own thing, I'm sure Fish and I can have a fun night. But if you want to chaperone, you certainly can. I mean,
Cal
I don't mind.
Cal makes
I don't
eye
mind people
contact with the
watching.
woman, and she goes, "Are you hard of hearing? I said, how much did you take?"
Oh well, I mean, it's hard to keep track of that sort of thing. Give me a persuasion. No, give me a persuasion or intimidation check, as she is like fully fucking with you, of being like, nah. Tell me how much you took. I don't answer to you.
Can May help at all with this check?
Fish thinks they're being helpful when they say
Probably.
at least 8 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you can probably try to help, but how would you help? Let's do it that way. Tell me how you think you
May
would
starts growling.
help.
No, May is like fully squaring up for a fight, low-key. Like,
Okay.
at this point, because in her mind, like, Fish is no longer able to consent to anything, and this woman is potentially gonna fucking suck them dry.
Yeah. Okay. If
Like,
you
May's
were like,
taking the jacket off.
if you were
rolling up the
genuinely like
sleeves.
squaring up, I mean, you are still armed, and all of the Shugumyu are kind of like, wait, what is going on? This is starting to pop off a little bit, and I think May probably had enough awareness of the situation to see that she was like working here. She like dropped off information that they like paid for, like gave them an envelope or something. Cal does not have that information, but yes, I would say either one of you. if May is going to square up, I'd say it would have to be intimidation. So either both of you give me an intimidation check, or one of you give it to me with advantage. Probably Cal.
Actually, hang on. So what, Mooney? What's Cal's intimidation? I'm guessing it's not very high because.
+2. Her persuasion is currently +5.
Oh, then May will. Okay, scrap that. I don't give a fuck if this is meta. Scrap that. May comes over and I want to say lightly trails her hand down Hyungji's back and is like, it doesn't have to be this hard.
Reverse
Inside
preliminaries.
vomiting, but
Okay, give me that persuasion roll with advantage then.
It's a dirty 20.
Okay, dirty 20. There is a moment where kind of the facade drops, and she kind of she shoots a glare at Cal and May, but then she kind of touches May's hand slightly and is like, "You're right. If it doesn't include all of us, well, I mean, there is no rush. If you don't want to supervise, then I guess Fish, I'll have to see you later. Your friends are being a little protective."
It's okay. Look, I'm thinking about it. I gotta put Kekano to bed. We can. Yeah. I'm very. I haven't been a father long, but I'm trying to be a good one.
Oh, I understand. And they can't put Kekano to bed? Well, it doesn't matter. I do love a repeat customer. Let's do this again sometime.
Oh, sure. Yeah, anytime. Definitely we'll hook up after North Korea if we survive.
You're going to North Korea?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, good luck with that, I suppose. I may have some resources to help you with that if you don't already have a path, although it would be fairly expensive.
I bet you foxy you foxy little thing you. Yeah. Yes. All right. No.
what sort of expenses are we talking about?
It depends on what you're looking for.
Safe passage across the mountains?
Ooh, passage across the mountains. You don't want to go that route.
Tragically, we must. Unless you have a far shorter, safer option.
Well, considering that Fish here has given a little bit of what I could consider payment, I suppose, I will share that the mountains have been sealed up. Too much movement along that part of the border the last few years. There's been a much higher increase in security. What I can offer and what I think is safest at the moment is by water. That's all I'll say.
I do happen
unless
to have
we
a boat
want-
license.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, a traditional boat may not get you far enough. But if you want to talk details, of course, that will require a little bit of payment. But I'm always willing to work as it will.
Did you ever learn how to swim?
That's a great question.
I'd say that's genuinely up to you. You do have access to a pool.
Yeah.
Not to reveal too much, but I have been thinking about it.
Cal has just been glowering Karen Abbott mode at Yeonju the entire time, and then when Fish asks this, she does a double take. She's so like, wait, what? I'm slightly less than confident at it than I was 2 years ago, but I'm not particularly. Kekano keeps saying that he'll teach me, but he never stays long enough.
Well, I helped teach you that one time. I taught you how to float, remember? And you float on your back, and I was under your knees to support you.
Yes.
Well, just curious.
Do you need to lie down? Maybe cold
Probably.
Go speak with the They're basically.
Oh no,
Go speak to
no,
them. I'd have
you
healing
can't. You can't take care of me.
Cal, I think, is like, wait, just goes like, but I'm trying to be whatever.
Well, they
And,
won't let.
just
She
put
won't
her
let me
hands-
take care of you, Fish. This seems to be the problem.
No, it's okay. We're all territorial in our own different ways, aren't we?
Cal looking at Yanju and glaring at her, just like drops her hand on Fish's like, shoves her hand in Fish's like general direction, is like aiming for like their head, like like the idea of just like smacking her palm on their forehead and getting like some of their hair, and just does like a healing word without even looking at them.
Oh, seems I stepped on your territory.
Would I roll for a healing word?
Yeah, cure wounds, I should say. That is a different D&D spell.
Mhm.
That is correct.
I roll, so what are you looking to roll for?
Oh, just if I had to.
No, I'll do that. I'll do that. Sorry. What the fuck is my D8? I'm so sorry. Ew. Is this fucker right? Yeah, okay. Oh, beautiful. I mean, they don't actually. I don't know if they've taken any hit points, but at least it's the it's the moral of the story.
Yeah.
That is going to be I rolled as high as possible, so that is going to be. I remember how to do math. 14.
Okay. That is enough
wait.
that.
That's sorry, not 14. That's 11, but I rolled an 8. So.
Okay. Yeah, you rolled the highest on the die, which is important for this interaction. Fish probably got like a little scraped up of just kind of, traveling through the pleasure district, very inebriated, going to a lot of crowded places. Probably tripped and ate shit at some point.
And dirt.
Yeah. I had to keep eating dirt. Then like bent down to eat dirt and like lost your balance and just kind of like face planted on the ground once.
Yep.
Hyunju had to help you. You had the equivalent of like 1 hit point of damage. But as Cal rolls as high as it goes on her cure wounds, that does have an effect of kind of like speeding up your metabolism a little bit, and you do feel less intoxicated than you were before. The charm spells are still very much in effect. You still really want to kind of be with Hyunju, do whatever she wants you to, tell her whatever she wants to know, but the actual like alcohol and drugs have started to like go out of your system, so your decision making is a little better.
Cool. Great. Excellent.
And then when Yanju is like, "Oh, you're overprotective" or something, I think Cal.
I'm stepping on your territory. She's fully like baiting Cal of being like, well, I guess I'm not gonna fuck them, but you will.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not how Cal takes that at all. She's like, "You will find that with necromancers, we do take quite a importance on life and health and what it should be used for, and not for some, I don't know, frivolous high you're getting."
Oh, I agree so much. Life is the most important thing. But if you don't have fun with it, what's the point?
What, getting them so inebriated they don't even remember their own name or purpose is supposed to be fun?
Jonas Daniel Wrightwood. Fish. Jim Herring. Edgar. It's a gar. Yeah.
Mhm.
And other fish puns. What was that other one that I liked? It immediately left me. Salmon.
You're kind of like, you get them so messed up they can't even remember anything, and she's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fair enough, I suppose. She's not like getting insulted by you saying this. It's just like, yeah, you know, I'm a predator. I do what I do to, you know, survive and live my life. And fish is a fun time. Fish is just like I'm good. You know, I don't have any problems. There's no gaps in my memory. Although there are probably like things that Fish said that Fish did not think were important, and Hyunju like absolutely made a mental note of.
Here's my question for you.
Gave a lot of information away.
And I'll do, you know, Arcana, Medicine, Witch. When Cal cast the healing word, did she get any sense of the roofie?
I don't think so, just because it's a low-level healing spell. But you know, you can do a medicine check since you are just like actually checking out Fish in this moment.
But not in the way they would hope.
Not in the way that Fish wants.
Yeah, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Just because she's like, I think she's like angling for like, well, Fish didn't do this willingly. Please, God, you didn't do this willingly.
Yeah. And she's just kind of like, Fish did it willingly enough.
Damn it. Nat 1, which was total of 4. So she's just like,
Fish did do this on purpose. As far as you know, Fish was entirely and completely sober when giving consent for this. You know that
I was never fucked up. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, like even if Fish was like had been drinking and was inebriated in some way, you know for a fact that the charm spells were not on effect when Fish and Hyunju left. They've had a good night. Fish may have been entirely in their right mind when they did this. It was just still like, you know, not like enthusiastic repeated consent, but like previously given consent, essentially.
Cool. In that case, Cal just sort of frustratedly stutters and goes, Kakano did not agree to this, and it's Kakano's lifespan as well, so you owe us for Kakano.
Oh, well, I thought I just paid a little bit for information. Plus, Fish did offer it willingly in exchange for some fun that it seems like you are interested in interrupting. But that's fine. I can share.
Cal's like, brings the baby to the stand, and she's like, Kakano?
Yes.
Your lifespan has been taken by this woman in some unknown...
What?
Yes.
You?
In some unknown amount.
But
you promise you.
Why? No, Zayed, you would be probably be interrupting Gekino, being like, no, maybe it's okay. I'll shut up.
You promised that you wouldn't tell him any more distressing shit, like about the cigarettes. I stopped the smoking, and now this. I can't do anything right by you. I can't be nice or be an asshole in the right way. What do you want from me?
First of all, I would only ever... I don't remember agreeing to that promise, and if I would, it would only because if you weren't doing anything reckless to harm Kakano. I will do what is right for Kakano, whether or not it makes you happy and whether or not it makes him unhappy. So, Kakano, your lifespan has been shortened, and therefore you are owed something. You are a separate being from your
How
father.
does my lifespan to be shortened? What's happening?
4 days.
I think Cal cringes, but it's like, okay, it could be worse. Okay. You owe separate information for Kakano. You were paying for Fish had paid for the you had given information for Fish, now give information to Kakano.
I don't think that's how it works. I think Fish paid me with essentially money that wasn't entirely theirs. I fail to see how that's my fault.
I'm just real quick saying, it's not literally 4 days. It's just a reference all the way back to when Kakano thought 4 days was forever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's very cute. Cal does take it literally. She's like, oh, okay, that's what we're operating at. And then and then she does quickly. She's still like trying to desperately grasp at something with Yeonju, but with Fish, she's like, and we'll continue the rest of that argument later if you don't
Yeonju
live
is
the rest of your life first.
Hyunju is slippery, and it is the kind of thing of like, you may finish this argument and then you never see her again because she moves on. It is the kind of thing of nailing her down with anything. Either, she doesn't get ashamed, she doesn't get defensive, she doesn't have any particular problem with kind of the way she lives, which means she's really slippery and really hard to nail down. And Cal kind of like can't win this argument because she's operating from a moral high ground that she genuinely does not have, and therefore can't meet her on.
Yeah, Cal's just desperate.
I think at this point May would probably intervene because doesn't seem to be going anywhere for anybody.
Kakino is like May, Dad and Mom won't tell me. Does kissing take away your life? Does kissing take away your life?
Sometimes, in very specific situations. Usually, consensually.
Did I have some of my life taken away by kissing?
We'll get into this later. May's like,
when Calligenes kisses my fur, does she take my life?
Every single time, Kakino, so never let her touch you ever again.
No! What about when you kiss me? What about when you give me kisses on my little forehead?
I give you life.
Oh, okay. Oh. And it all kind of balances out, right?
Yes.
So I have to get one kiss from you for every one kiss I give to someone who's not you.
That's sound math.
Yeah.
Dad, I think I'm owed maybe 10 or 100 or 2,000 kisses.
I was just calculating that because you do get a lot of that. We can make up for that. Oh, this is kind of fucked. Hyungju, you will give us something for Kakino, right? Look at his little face.
Well, I don't buy from seals, but I suppose I could throw in something a little extra.
Also, this is entirely fucking around because, of course, she would see him as a seal, but Fish is like, oh, she sees him as a seal and not a dog.
She's like, yeah. I broke that instantly. That was not hard. She kind of considers for a moment, and then leans in, making sure that she can't be overheard by the shamans around you, and says, I have access to a ship. It would be rather expensive, unfortunately, most of which would go to the keeping quiet by the other parties involved. So unfortunately, a large amount of it will have to be in cash. But this ship can transport you to the north, depending on the region you want to go to, fairly easily. Unfortunately, alternative arrangements may have to be done in order to pick you up again. And I think that is all I will say that I have available. You'll have to pay for this transportation if you want more.
Which will be how much?
She considers for just a moment. I want I want one persuasion check from someone of being like, she's obviously going to try to screw you, and so it's just it's just a like, how much is she going to try to do it?
I'm a +5.
Cal has
What do you
+5.
guys?
Yeah, no, Fish has got +4. Don't let them do it.
Could someone give me advantage? Because I'm a special little guy.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's fair. Worth a shot.
I think even Kekino couldn't give you advantage at this point.
That's a natural 25.
Natural, as in a nat 20 with a 25.
Mhm.
Okay. She.
What else would she mean?
I mean, a natural 25. You roll 25 on the die. That's what that literally means. It's not possible, but.
Listen, I defend Ellie on this choice to make.
It's obvious
I-
shorthand. Anyway,
with a nat 20, May is probably like, I mean, you know, it's just good business to kind of keep
I'm
things
already-
on the download,
I'm an
and then
existing customer.
and then probably kind of like turns and gestures to these other people that she's been working with who are now like paying attention and being like, what's going on? They know Hanju. That's interesting. Maybe something there of like, maybe they're gonna come interrupt this conversation, or it's not gonna be private or something like that. She decides on a number, and she leans in and says, essentially, I would need 150 gold in just bribes. Further, I would need 4 years total as payment for myself, divided among you or anyone else as you want. And or if you want to use cash, it would be an additional 50 gold.
May doesn't. May goes, we'll have to think about that and get back to you. Do you have a number we can contact you on?
You already have my number. I kept the same
Oh,
phone.
it's the same? Excellent. Right, I think we'll be leaving now. May is very much like, we need to talk about this.
Yeah, and it is also like a thing of like, you know that you were being persuasive, so you know that's the best number she can give you. It's also like, that's more fucking expensive than I thought, but also she is going to, I guess, single-handedly provide an operation to infiltrate North Korea, one of the most
Yeah.
heavily militarized places on the planet that in our actual world is almost impossible to get into illegally. It's like, that's honestly kind of a deal.
It's a good price. The problem is May only has 130 gold.
Yeah.
That's
And-
a decision that we're going to have to figure out.
And you would-
we can pull our resources.
You may be able to pull your resources. You may be able to get funding from the House of the Dragon or Shihuan. You may be able to like negotiate. You may be able to negotiate being like, well, you know, we'll pay you in more life, and you just use some of your own cash for those bribes. You know, there can be some options here, but yeah, that is it's gonna be expensive. I also think it probably occurs to all of you. It's like, she's charging cash. The sanctuary is going to charge like a lot of favors, or like having to do a lot for them to get in their good graces for them to put resources towards this. This is going to be expensive, kind of no matter how you slice it. That's just how you want to pay.
Yeah, Cal is going like full. I don't negotiate with terrorists.
I don't negotiate with sex workers.
May is like shepherding Cal and Fish away, like.
Cal's like, my sister has an attorney who is familiar with the magical thing, and we will be contacting you.
Good luck serving me. I don't keep an address.
All right, well, we'll catch you later then.
Yes, of course, and you
Fun
know,
time, great drinks, good time, good kissing.
let's do it again sometime.
Sometime, indeed.
And she kind of gives a last little like smirk at Cal of being like, you didn't win, essentially, and then she takes a alternative path that kind of takes her away from you into the alleyways.
May, you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Am I fish? Because I'm not particularly in the laughing mood at the moment.
Is it a joke? I like jokes.
I've had 130 gold on me the whole time.
What? That's a lot of money.
We can just pay,
I think-
we can just pay it.
May kind of just looks at Fish in the worst way possible, which is in the way of an extremely disappointed friend in their behavior, and just turns to Cal.
I will say, I believe that is the amount you had after the end of season 1, which was both your money and Isle's money, and was not adjusted for like time skip stuff and supporting
Fish has
yourself.
been gambling in Vegas.
Spent money in 2 years.
It
Come
is.
on.
It is probably not a lot less, but it is probably less. It's probably like instead of 130, it's like 110, 105.
No. Fish was. This is what happened. Fish and Isle were running a scheme, which was like wiener dog races or something like that. Where Isle
Oh, and Isle was entering? That may be true. Yeah. This is out of game and hopefully doesn't like dox me. Locally, we have wiener dog races at our local like horse racetrack, and they're phenomenal.
Wild.
Yeah, just people bring their personal dogs, and most of them are not trained in any way, shape, or form. So
That's why
They're
I was
personal
wondering-
dogs as opposed to their professional dogs.
yeah, they're just like knocking into each other and wrestling instead of racing. It's wonderful. Sometimes they have a race where they're all wearing costumes.
That's my argument. We'll keep it at 130 because there were schemes between Fish and Isle.
And that was the last time they ever saw each other.
No, they had to break up at some point.
Things went really poorly.
No, that was it. There was that day at the racetrack.
One last heist.
Wow. Okay, fine. I'm willing to accept that line of argument.
Thank you. Thank you, Mooney.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I would say you could just pool your funds and pay for this infiltration, which I will freely admit was going to be significantly more expensive before Ellie got a natural 25. It would like mostly wipe you out, but that's kind of fine. This is an expensive thing. And while Fish does not really have income, May does.
Cal
Well,
gets very happy and she says,
I already was making a deal with the shamans here, and Jamal did a very good job transcribing research for me.
and she holds out her notebook and she's like, and I was going to trade this.
we don't have to. It's okay, Collisions, but we haven't made a decision yet. Partly, I just wanted her to leave, if I'm being very honest with you.
I hope we never see her again.
May's like,
Why? She seemed fun.
Heck no.
May is like, I've got my own appointment at 1 a.m. I traded a couple months for a full body massage, and I'm not gonna miss out on that.
Entirely non-sexual.
yeah. May's just gonna gesture at the Shugumi and be like to Cal, do you need to,
Are you going to keep an eye on them?
I'll do my level best.
Heck no.
Yes.
I was telling a mistruth about the kisses. They do not hurt you.
You lied to me?
A mistruth.
Oh, is that what we're calling it now?
Dad, we've talked about this. There's not a mistruth. It's a lie. It's only a mistruth if you're saying it as a joke and you immediately go ha ha. You didn't immediately go ha ha.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay. They don't like it.
It's important to understand that Kekino is now becoming something close to like a preteen, so definitely going to be able to push back on Fish a lot more in these kind of things.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just
Nope.
that. Yes, Kekino, I told you a lie, and I'm sorry. And it wasn't just you that I was messing around with. Guys, I'm sorry.
Cal looks at Fish for a really long time, and her her eyes soften a little. Like I think she's trying to keep a sternness around her mouth, but
They won't fucking look at her.
yeah. And she
Eyes down, focus on Kekino, but talking
Yeah.
to Cal.
yeah. She looks at them for a really long time while they're talking to Kekino, and it is like, I should also be remembering that you are the primary caretaker and authority for Kekino, and I should not overstep. Regardless of what I think is best for him, I'm not. Obviously, it's you come first, and I should not. I overstepped my boundaries. I'm sorry.
Well, then, yeah, someday I'll learn to forgive you.
Dad.
She knows what I mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry that this has been not a very. I'm trying to pull Cal's superior vocabulary. With sanctimonious or sanctimonious would be the appropriate word in this situation.
That would be
I'm
a
looking for,
appropriate word,
peace-
yeah.
Yeah, peaceful. I'm sorry this hasn't been a very sanctimonious reunion. I accept that I have not assisted in that, and I have made things worse. I'm sorry if you feel like you can't do anything right. It's just sometimes I feel like you're deliberately trying to do what is the most wrong.
Sorry.
Okay, now we've all forgiven each other, right? We've all said our sorries, and we've all done the forgiveness. Which means we're a family again, right? Right?
May, what are you sorry for?
Hands in, pet the Kekino.
I'd love
we're
to know.
all we're all together.
Cal's like try, and she's not doing this to be like mean. She's just like trying to like save face, and she's like, I mean, we are obviously people who love you very much, Kekno, but Fish is your father, and we are your dear close friends, and Fish has full authority on you.
That is okay as long as you're not mad at each other.
No, I'm just you made a you referred to me in a way that is trying to see if she can make any eye contact with Fish.
Fish like missed it. They didn't.
Yeah.
They did not even acknowledge. So like they're not. They're like, yeah, what? What? What's your problem?
At that reaction, Cal goes, "Okay, never mind. Yes, family, right? Yep, on hands on. Okay, yep, all right."
Now, do you want to go back to sharing this information with the shamans? Maybe try to figure out what information Hyunju gave for them, or do you want to just head back to the hotel and call it a night, since it has been, a little bit rougher, especially for Fish, than kind of expected?
Fish is like, so who are these guys?
Yeah. So who are these weird people? They do have nice hats.
I think in an olive branch kind of way. Yeah, no, this is a very olive branch kind of way. I think Cal will be like, their magic is sort of mine in the lens of yours. They are able to communicate with their ancestors as a ghost.
Oh, fascinating.
That's really cool.
Also,
And,
it's like all ghosts. Their ancestors are just more likely to become ghosts. I guarantee you that
Scottish guy isn't related to anyone.
yeah, Meiji's ancestor is not a Scottish guy who died like 15 years ago.
Okay, well, that's interesting. And what can you tell me about the hats?
Oh,
They're very
They-
large.
well,
They got a lot of structure. Yeah.
Cal misunderstanding it completely. Well, they're made of silk and
Yeah.
embroidery is done by hand. They have very
Millinery is not
clean
really my specialty, but you know,
Yeah.
I know quite a bit.
Okay, I appreciate that info. May, you're doing a top-notch job. And listen, it's just been a weird night. We had a bath together. I'm kind of out of it. But like, you know, let's
Let's
get
take
the
another
job
bath.
done.
Yeah.
It wasn't
No,
a bath, it was a purification ceremony.
it was.
Then
in
why
a
were we in a
bath.
bathtub?
I just don't want anybody to be saying those terms a lot.
And we took a bath together?
Yes,
But
Captain-
Collisionist, we did take a bath together. It was very nice. I played submarine.
Yes, no, it was nice. I just don't want you to. It's
You don't
not.
want to take a bath with me anymore?
I would love to take a bath with you. I just don't want you to be referring to any statement of me taking a bath with anyone but you.
Are you asking my son to commit a mistruth?
A mistruth?
Yeah,
It
that doesn't
was
make
a
a lot of
purification
sense,
ceremony.
Collisionist, because if you were taking a bath with me, and I was also in the bath with May and Dad, and I was taking a bath with May and Dad, then by the transformative property of math, doesn't that also mean that you were taking a bath with May and with Dad?
Cal is going pink, and she purses her lips, and she goes, "If Kakano mentions that to Jamal, then I'm expecting you, May, to explain what he means."
The binder opens mentally.
Are we gonna take a bath with Jamal when we get back? That could be fun.
May take a
No.
bath with Jamal if you like.
Of course I'd explain to Jamal, but I don't see why he'd be bothered.
If it's a purification ceremony, obviously not. But you saw how the witch reacted.
Are we allowed
Right.
to say that? Like,
Is that an
I was
offensive
kind
term?
of like, no, but it's making me mad.
May looks at Fish and somehow communicates in its entirety the statement, I think she's just a little bit embarrassed that she saw us naked.
oh, oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, look. The point is, we've closed. We've turned the page on this particular.
No more
Conflict.
purification rituals.
No, yeah,
Don't
no
worry.
more. I hate being pure, May. You know me.
I'm very aware.
Let's
Okay, I
talk
guess
to
no
the
more,
guys.
no more big baths, but still small baths.
Well, that's are fine. Because they're gritted
Okay.
teeth.
Okay.
Since Hyunju has left, Maichi has just been like standing kind of near you, just like. Oh, so how did it go? We didn't know that you were new Hyunju there, and yeah. Miss Cleric, we got you had some information you were going to share with us. Yeah. Meichi and the others would appreciate it if you weren't, picking fights in kind of our neck of the woods. Things got a little heated. Seemed like.
Yeah, Denier, stop picking fights.
Yeah. Honju, she's pretty dangerous lass, but doesn't not really someone to start a mugging with in the street.
Apologies. We take care of our own.
Oh, of course.
Glares at fish.
And they're like, I'm one of your own. Everything is solved as according to them.
But yeah, do you want to give any of that information to the shamans, to the Chugumyu? Do you want to now that you're like, well, we have a potential way in, maybe we try and get some like concrete plans, trading information or favors for getting help with the border? I don't know.
I think Cal is flustered and genuinely sympathetic into this cause, that she's not kind of necessarily in a, well, here's my notebook and then you have to promise me shit first. Like, she just hands it over. She's kind of giving them in good faith about being like, well, you already see that I'll start fights, so...
And if May and Cal explained to Fish, like, yeah, they're kind of cursed right now, they'd be like, oh, then let's help them too.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, for sure.
Meichi takes the notebook and is kind of flipping past it. Her like pupils fully turn red as like she can't read English, but the ghost can, and is just kind of like. I'll admit that this doesn't make a lot of technical sense to me. So, what does this all mean? I guess.
This is gathered by my head researcher. It's everything we know. It's... Well... I don't want to say that this is essentially a prank, because obviously the consequences are more severe, but this could be an extremist trying to make an example of your organization because they believe that you are acting unethically in the holding of spirits.
There's a little like mouthing words as like the ghost and the woman talk in an undertone for a moment, and then he's like, yeah, no, I'll tell her. Inappropriate with their cultural practices they've been doing for like 2,000, 3,000 years, something like that. Are you saying this is like your problem?
Cal's eyes get wide and she like shakes her head and she's like,
this is your people doing it to our people.
I can't speak for who this person is, but there has been historical precedents of extremists, and I associate with extremists myself. My temple is more, well, closer to traditional than it is, not in its practices, but in the way that in other ways, I am considered a bit of an extremist myself. I'm trying to explain the actions of I know terrorist is not a word anymore, but quite yet, but of a extremist who I think is taking this too far, but I am familiar with the beliefs of extremely conservative death mages, and it would not surprise me that someone could take issue with this. Well, I'm not.
I am fully alright with it.
Look, do you have anything to help?
Is the research not helpful?
I guess it's help enough. You got any way to get rid of whatever's doing this to us?
Cal sighs and
No?
runs her
Then-
hair head and fear, and she goes, I am a fairly
If I can maybe examine the victims or maybe get close to a. Well, I don't. I suppose it probably is a bad idea to try and use someone as bait, but I'm fairly good at reading magical signatures.
Do you have any, perhaps, any clothing or items that were in close contact with the victims at the time of death?
any blood, bones. Did you say the leg? Did you say there was a severed limb? Did you say that?
No blood or bones that
Cal,
we
Cal got
kept
the face like, what kind
onto.
of necromancers are these? I guess they're not necromancers.
But
Just
some
leave them
clothes,
alone.
I suppose. It's just if you can help, great. If not, sounds like your people are causing this problem, and we kindly. She's not saying this. I'm just sort of translating. We'd kindly ask you to fuck off.
Fair enough.
Because
Off
it sounds
we
an awful.
fuck.
It sounds like an awful lot like you're doing this to us, or at least one of your people is.
It's not me. I just got you. You saw me. I came out of the.
Look, I'm sure you can appreciate that one person does not speak for an entire people. If we could just take a look at what you have, if we can help, we'll help. If we can't, then we'll leave.
I think Cal also looks like deeply like embarrassed and shamefaced about being like she did kind of feel like Wreath was assigning her about being like, we're all in this together, champ. And she was like, okay, I guess I don't really nobody's ever gonna come to me for help because I'm some fucking peon. But
Yeah.
at least I can like warn other people like my sister. And then she got the opportunity to help someone directly, and she got told like, your Neard shit, unimportant. Fuck off. And she just looks like desperate and sad and embarrassed.
Yeah, and I think it was really being the like, well, I mean, this is kind of our lore, so it's definitely like, somebody I kind of sort of know. And, I get why they would think that you were extremists and doing this. Was like, Cal just kept like digging that hole deeper.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of like, she really like put her foot in her mouth over and over again, kind of like alienated at least this woman who is going to talk to the rest of her people. But then it's like, yeah, we'll talk to the others and we'll see what we can do. They bring forward the her mother, who is in charge. The robe she's wearing, which is cut off at the sleeve, was worn by the previous head of their group, who was killed, and is kind of like offering you to do the spell while she's wearing it or whatever. And they also bring forward one of the ghosts, who was someone who was murdered, as a kind of sort of like, we don't really know how your magic works, but this would be helpful to us if it were our magic, so...
Yeah, I guess Cal is just gonna try to do that, and I think the desperation is coming off her in waves. If that's anything where like Kekano is trying to lean support or something like that.
Yeah. I think Kekano is up against you, just being like, you got this, you're smart, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Yeah, as you're examining this, I would say, you can give me an Arcana check to do the ghost and any like kind of residue from the clothing. That would be a decently high DC. You can also give me separately as a second check, you can give me like essentially a tailor's check, just like a proficient intelligence check, to like examine the garment and see if there's like physical clues that they may have missed.
Can I do both or just one?
Yes, do both. You can do
Okay.
both.
What do I add for tailors? Isn't that like my skill or something like that?
Yeah. Your intelligence is +3, and then your proficiency bonus is another +3, so it would be +6.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll do Arcana first. That's a 19.
Okay. I'll tell you about everything altogether.
God damn it! So you said +6, right?
Yeah.
So that's as Ellie would say, a natural 26.
Oh wow, that's not what I expected. Okay.
You know how funny it was. Like, okay, I'm gonna use my magic. All right, that one's all right. And I used my hobby.
Clothier's knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, what you get magically is there is still something here. It's kind of like a sound on the edge of your hearing, or the memory of a taste. Just some very mild connection between the ghost and the clothing and something. Some kind of like psychic residue that you recognize as death energy. I don't think you are able to like track it or anything like that. Just kind of you'll recognize it if you come across it again, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there is nothing that points to any particular direction, other than just it has this very slight whiff of death energy. With your knowledge of clothes, first of all, gorgeous piece. This is very clearly like this garment is genuinely probably like 150 years old and just really well maintained. Like it's really nice. You know, you're seeing techniques that people don't do anymore. And as you are looking at it, examining it, you know, the ragged hem is very clearly from travel with everyone here. As you're looking at the garment itself, the sleeve is torn. And you can tell as you examine it really closely that the tearing is a little bit of wear and tear that you get when a hem is left unfinished and just like somebody has to work with their hands quite a bit. And so when you were looking at it, you were like, oh, the sleeve's a little shorter, you know, they were in a fight or something. No, it looks like something sliced off essentially the hand of this sleeve, and probably the actual hand of whoever was wearing it, so perfectly cleanly that it then made an unfinished hem that started unraveling and disintegrating with use, essentially, because it wasn't refinished. So it looks jagged. It was incredibly clean cut. Whatever did that is incredibly sharp. You could not produce similar sharpness with your shadow spears. You don't even necessarily have the weapon knowledge of knowing like what could do this, but it is something unusual. There is no, you know, you've cut your share of fabric. You honestly, you buy high quality shears and you keep them maintained. You know that just swinging them at a bit of fabric that's moving with a whole arm underneath it, you wouldn't get this clean of a cut. So this is something unusual, a weapon of an unusual material, or a spell that is like particularly sharp or by someone particularly talented, you can't create a like puncture with a shadow spear this clean or a slice with a shadow wave. Elise can get close with her power. So it's like, okay, either this is a spell by someone like Elise level, or this was a weapon that is unusual in some way, spelled to be extra sharp, made with a specialty material, something like that. And both of those things, whoever did it has to be super skilled. The sharpest sword in the world does not cut cleanly if it's not in the hands of an expert. The most refined spell does not strike true if it's not done by someone with tons of experience in it. So this, whatever did this or whoever did this, if indeed it is a person, very very skilled and with something unusual. And you probably ask for confirmation and find out that, yeah, basically the former head, who was a sister of the current head, essentially got a hand chopped off like out of ambush and just like bled to death from the radial artery. Which also, with your tailoring knowledge, you're like, you know what? I can see there's still a little bit of blood in here. They did a fantastic job with the dry cleaning. Like, really well done. There is probably a little bit of blood, and you're like, yeah, I could actually like kind of put that into the. No, I'm still getting a little bit of that death energy, but no real connection here. But really, like, silk is fucking hard. How did? I need to ask them what soaps they use. Know how hard it is to get blood out of silk? Anyway, yeah, that's what happens.
Gotcha. I think Cal still feels rather useless. I think even with that, I think she does explain some of that, like, this is... I think she amends what she kind of had was, like... what she was really thinking of the equivalent of, like, a necromancer school shooter, and then she is amending that in her mind and how she's describing that of just being like, this is someone who knows what they're doing, is extremely powerful, and I think she kind of like frowns and she's like, I may be running through her list of knowing like how many people over on Elise's level of power, and it's like, there's Elise, there's Angelus, who is dead, there's some other abbots who mostly live in their dark little holes and never come out.
Yeah. I give me a religion check to just kind of like run through that list of your organization.
21.
With the 21, yeah, you're ticking through the list. You definitely know there's people you're not, you don't know about, even by reputation. It's like, oh, I heard that this necromancer is really powerful. I don't remember if he's still alive, kind of thing. But you definitely get that you're like running through the list, and you're like, kind of Elise's power level, that's gotta be like 10 or less, right? And you're kind of going through it and you're being like, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a necromancer, although why would it not be a necromancer? That's so weird. You're like, you're kind of spinning your wheels a little bit trying to get this info, but you are coming up with being like, that's a pretty low number of people who could do this magically. Maybe if it's like an item someone could carry, becoming like a really good swordsman or whatever is probably a much higher group of people, especially after the war, than like necromancers specifically with this level of control. But yeah, I think you can like honestly just check off quite a few people in your mind of being like, not powerful enough, not powerful enough, not powerful enough.
Gotcha. I think that's as far as I can spin my wheels for now.
Yeah.
Unless you guys have any ideas.
May was going to ask if there was anything connecting the victims, like whether it was friendships or the ways they practiced magic or even the types of ghosts that they were connected to.
Give me a persuasion check, because this, not only is their trust a little bit more distant since Cal was you know, admitting like, oh, you know, I've read the School Shooters Manifesto, but also being like, this is kind of private information that maybe they haven't fully put together.
Yeah, 16.
16. Let's see what she gets. An insight. Oh, okay. Yeah, what they communicate to you is essentially they thought the pattern was especially the people who like disappeared and there was no trace, their ghost was never seen again. They never found the body, things like that. It was kind of the people who was like, oh, it's somebody who's going away to get something and then coming back. Like it was people on the outskirts who were like, you know, there wouldn't be witnesses essentially when they disappeared. But then after a while, a pattern seemed to establish itself as people who were in like more, you know, they started protecting each other, keeping an eye on each other, bringing everybody closer. And people started disappearing when like there could have been witnesses. And the pattern that they seem to put together is like people who had more academic knowledge of kind of the death realm and these ghosts coming back and things like that were more likely to be taken. Like their knowledge base of like, you know, skill is one thing, actual like knowledge of how it works is another. Their kind of knowledge base is a little decimated because all the people who like, you know, read the books and were taught by their families not just like how it works but why it works were killed off. Once they put that together, yeah, that's a pretty big difference. Once they put that together, they realized that one of the people who was killed, one of the last people killed, who they never put this together before, was the only one who had like previously summoned a ghost. Or captured a ghost or dealt with a ghost that had been like from somewhat into death. You know, they didn't die and create a ghost when they died. They didn't die and create a ghost like on the border that then crossed back over. It was kind of like, you know, somebody was hanging out in death for a while and created a ghost, and that ghost was brought back by some method. And this is kind of one of the elders who kind of kept to herself and didn't have a lot to do with the larger community. You know, someone who was like kind of important in the group and then, you know, like semi-retired. So this is not like how that happened or what information that could have or what that could reveal. Nobody else knows. But this was somebody who was taken, which seemed to be kind of outside the pattern, because she like was cut down and in like a house, like breach the security perimeter, dodge a bunch of people. She's cut down in the middle of it, which is not really holding to the pattern.
May is going to turn to Fish and in an undertone say, I don't suppose you have much experience connecting with the undead? Perhaps you could follow back any connection they might have had.
I can give it a go.
No harm in trying. Now we just have to convince them to agree to it.
Yeah.
May is going to turn to who's clearly the person calling the shots. I know you said May Cheese, but who's the one that they're all actually turning to, like, you know, look at when there's a decision to be made?
Her mother?
Yeah, Meichi's mother is in charge and does seem to be the one people are deferring to. There is a little bit of like, there is kind of this senior council, which is just based on seeming like age and seniority that she is like conferring with. And you can also, you know, Cal can still kind of get the sense sort of where the ghosts are, but like it's also a thing of like those people are also conferring with their ghosts who maybe, you know, have been previous people who did the same thing and then passed away and are still in the family, or particularly long-lived spirits or things like that. There's kind of like she's in charge. There is a little bit of like counseling going on, of kind of like advice giving back and forth, most of which is like invisible to you because you can just kind of see them like turn to the side and their lips move just a little bit as they're like speaking to a ghost and hearing the response.
Okay. May turns to Meichi's mother and says very respectfully, I understand that we haven't given you much cause to trust us, but if it wouldn't be out of turn, my friend here has very powerful capacity to reach through connections between people and things, and we were wondering if perhaps we might attempt to reach out through the most recently departed to see if there's any connection to glean on a magical and spiritual level that might connect them to this beast and thus learn more about it.
Okay. You can do the most. The ghost of this woman who knew about death.
That's what I was thinking.
Never came back. Like they don't.
Oh, sorry.
Her
Yeah, I meant the
She's
sister.
gone.
I thought she was the recent one. Sorry.
Yeah. So you can, if you're going to connect to a ghost, you can try to do the next most recent, which was another victim that was like recovered as a ghost, or you could try to do connection magic to a ghost that is like was blood related in life to that woman.
Yeah, no, sorry. I've just misunderstood. I meant the past.
The
exactly
what?
For the reasons. The previous head, exactly like Manny suggested.
Okay, so you're trying to connect living to dead rather than dead to dead, right?
My thought is that, like Manny said, because there's the blood, Fish could maybe use that as like, I don't know, some sort of amplifier, connect with that ghost, and then try and see if there's anything still connecting that ghost to the beast.
I mean, I'm also thinking about how I was talking about, like, this is kind of a combination of Cal and Fish's magic, about Cal being like, okay, I'm giving you the direct line to death, I'm kind of opening that passage up, and then you're going to reach out with your connection magic.
Mm-hmm.
And they all just took a big bath together, so that's what I'm going to use as justification as circle of magic.
Connected.
No, they're all pure. I will actually say, if the two of you work together on that, it does make it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Meichi's mother agrees to try to do the connection with her. If you want to do a connection with a ghost instead, she's like, the ghosts are people, the ghost has to give permission, but I, this living person, say yes if you want to use that to reach out either to try to connect to my dead sister, who was the previous head, or try to connect to this ghost that, like, in life was like a nephew of the last woman who was killed. Whichever one you want to do. If you're using me, I give permission. If you're doing someone else, you have to get their permission. You can. The two of you can try and connect your magic. What does it look like when Fish pulls on the threads of their power and actually pulls on it in the connection, not just observes it, but actually, does this joint working? Well, may have a chance to do this with Fish in the future. We'll see.
Okay. When Fish reaches out to their thread with Cal, they take it and wrap it around their finger one time, the way that they wrapped the leash around their wrist one time. to keep her in place. And just, okay. They're picturing it. It doesn't look like no one else can see it, but they just go, like, pulling towards themselves, like pulling her over.
You focus on your magic. The threads start to form in your hands, and of course the threads are a metaphor. That's how you picture your magic. And you pick out the thread that belongs to Cal. You can see the history of your relationship. You can see the emotions that have passed between you as things have gotten better or gotten worse or what have you over time. And as you look in this place, and you feel Cal, and Cal feels that little tug. There is a moment where Cal feels you can open up to the connection, a asking, a permission to give something to this joining. Does Cal give? Understanding that this is dangerous, perhaps, vulnerable, a way in, a chink in the armor, something Fish may be able to see more than you intend to give.
I think Cal is focusing on all of that, and also this, like, it is like, yep, okay, I'm fine with that, no, it's okay, and then this, like, intrusive thought hits of being like, if this gives them any ability to do necromancy, that is big sacrilege, that's super duper sacrilege, and then she's like, and I think she winces and is like, I mean, to be fair, they're probably going to take it from me at some point anyways. Once their magic gets strong enough, they'll just borrow necromancy. Isn't it good that I'm giving it willingly? Yeah, okay. No.
Being thread connected, does Fish, like, get any of that?
You get emotionality, you don't get thoughts. So you get anxiety, you get a little bit of fear, you get wariness, and I think you also get a little bit of comfort as you feel Kekino kind of reaching out to Cal psychically and be like, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Just relax, Colleginus. It's okay. You're safe.
Well, what they say is, you can say no. Anytime. You can say no, and I'll stop.
Cal has her eyes, I think, screwed shut, and at that she opens them up and she goes, I've said it, and I mean it. I do trust you. And I think it's important for you to, not just to help these people, but it's important for you to learn how to do this. So, okay.
Okay. Thank you for your trust.
I think she chuckles a little and she goes, I don't know how you earned it, but you did. And I think she's gonna try, and I think this is something I'll kind of push back to you, Patrick, unless I should roll about it. I think she's gonna try and figure out what the best connection is. Is she like, should I put a hand on my choker? Should I put a hand on Kekino? Should I reach out physically to grab Fish? I think she's groping for that magically of being like, what is the, like...
What's the metaphor that solidifies this in action? Yeah.
Like being a feed, like, you know, like, I'm forgetting the actual terms for this, but like with electricity, conduit.
Mm-hmm. I think you feel that having a hand on fish in some way strengthens this connection. In your mind, it's not actually needed, but holding Kekino as you do feels the same. Burying your hand in Kekino's fur feels like placing a hand on Fish's shoulder. That is a metaphor that binds you together. Kekino, both in his relationship to the two of you and also to the way that he is Fish in a very real way. And the two of you in sync, no words spoken between you, just feeling as if it's natural, can both lift up a hand and lightly touch the woman in front of you.
Fish waits until, Cal's emotions settle, and, once that is solidified, then it's like, yep, and now we're doing this.
I think, Cal starts, meditative breathing, and I think starts focusing on, things that she admires about Fish, and true, not quite jealousy, but just, such a deep admiration and fascination with their magic, and such, a belief that they are going to get so, unbelievably strong and good at this, because she saw them pick up on it so fast, that she's just, it feels the equivalent of, contributing to something that will change humanity, about being okay, well, I only did this small part, but I'm a part of something that's better, about being well, of course I should lend magic to this person who is so strong and important magically, and additionally I'm doing that to somebody who I know personally, who annoys the fuck out of me, but I trust and I care about deeply, and I am aware that they are always going to use their mass magic ability for the greater good in a way that I don't feel the same the same assurance about Elise doing it.
Yeah. As you feel this kind of trust and this connection and a door opening between you in some ways, you start to hear just a little bit the sound of Fish's father's realm. That little bit of connection with Fish is bringing you a little bit closer to this god, just on the edge. But there's something else too. And in this moment, I need both of you to make an Arcana check.
Dirty 20 for me.
11.
Well, 11's what I rolled.
Fish in this moment is too focused on being open with Cal, of being welcoming, of being trusted, of allowing this to go forward. And so it's not Fish that notices. In your mind's eye, you feel these threads and connection to Cal. And Cal's mind's eye feeling these threads and connections to Fish and something else. And as you focus on that feeling, you sense that you are tied to a dark presence as well. In your mind's eye, it's almost enshrouding Fish, covering them. Threads siphoning off of their magic to this thing, like a parasite. And as you give it your magical attention, it notices you. And without words, without images, without any cohesive thought. You just sense in your mind. I see you, little death mage. As Jonas acknowledges your presence, and then seems to fade into the background. He is still watching, you can tell, but he's not interfering. And as the two of you make this sudden moment of connection with this woman and her dead sister, trying to find this being, suddenly you both snap open your eyes and find yourself in death. You look around, and what does the afterlife, specifically a bad afterlife, a kind of hell, look like to Fish?
I'm sorry you weren't here for this, but some time ago, Fish was briefly spirited away into an alternate dimension, populated by disgusting little slug things, and a ground that was crystalline with the mother lode. This horrifying presence in the distance of the horizon. And it's much like that, but instead of red crystalline, blackened and dull.
As you look around across this hellscape, at the corner of your eyes, you keep seeing twitches of movement, as if a slug against the rocks that disappears as soon as you look at it. Caligina sees a much more accurate version of hell without the mental illusions. Still, this twisted structure of gray rock and sand, an endless black sky, and the subtle slope making you want to walk, you want to push on downwards and deeper. As the two of you find yourself here, you hear it whistling. Sounds and cries, screams. And as you walk forward, sitting in the middle of your path, you find a large black beast. You understand why the reports you got were different. What these shamans said, what Wreath said. It's not a dog, not really. It's built along the lines of one, but too thin in the back legs, too heavy in the front. some ways reminiscent of a bear, in some ways of a wolf, in some ways of like neither. This creature, as it looks at you and hangs its mouth open, slavering jaws dripping into the sand as the sounds of screams and pain echo around you in death. You see it notice you and take one step forward and find yourself suddenly back in your bodies in the world. You did not transfer physically, only mentally, some moment of connection. And as you snap back into your body, both of you feel, in sequence, a tug, as if something tied to your heart yanked you suddenly, and you both stumble in the same direction towards the northeast.
I also wanted to say, when they ended up in death, Cal grabbed for Fish's hand as an anchor, and then I like to think that when they came to in the real world, realized she was holding Fish's hand.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. And
while they're being tugged along, almost like a physical effect, Fish holds tight as if it's like, oh, you okay? Well, let's not be separated as we're going on the journey.
Yes, you feel in that moment of connection, you feel in that moment of connection a knowledge for a split second of about where this being is and how far away it is from you, and it disappears rather than the connection breaking. And the connection fades a little bit, but it's just gone. And you saw it in death. And I think Cal understands that whatever this is, it may not be a fully physical thing that exists in our world. It may be some kind of death creature or spirit or something that is able to go back and forth to a certain extent, or maybe something that exists half in death and half in life. Not sure, but it's blinked out of sight, and the sound of the whistling seems to echo in your ears for just a moment. And I think the last thing you remember from death before being kicked out of it is as the cries and screams of help came from the twisted canyons, an effect that Cal is well familiar with, as eerie as it always is. For just a moment, it feels like the wolf creature was one of the cries, asking for help, for just a split second. Well, Ellie, I was the one who gave you recommendations on audio sources, so you copied me, actually. But yes, you find yourself back here physically, and I think because Cal was the one to notice Jonas, you feel a little zip of darkness to this being, and no, Jonas is now connected or aware of whatever this is, or maybe was involved. You just feel this like instant connection of Jonas, the creature, as well.
Shit.
I think maybe not tonight, maybe after you recover and think about this experience and what happened, I think you'll probably come to understand that Fish's new abilities make them very powerful and very useful, but also very dangerous, because there is a parasite riding those abilities as well. A double-edged sword, as it were. They're asking, what is it? What did you see or do or something? They felt powerful death magic, but couldn't say where from or what from or anything. Yeah, Mei Chi says it was almost like your souls separated from your body for a split second, went somewhere else.
Collisionist, would you say that that's the that was the thing that is accosting these poor people?
Cal is deep in thought and has been it's very heavy processing. Like the idea of eyes are closed but eyes are twitching because she's just so deep in thought.
Mm-hmm.
And then she opens her eyes and she was like, if we had gone in a moment longer, we could have asked it maybe to see if it understood speech or your beast speech. Yes, that is what we've been looking for.
I would say give me a religion check. It occurs to you that these people saw this beast around, and then a figure was killing people. And so those are clearly related, but in what way, you're not entirely sure.
I'm rolling so bad. That's an 11 for religion.
Okay. Well, then you only get the basic level of this information. Now that you've seen this creature and you can kind of cut through the conflicting reports, you recognize that there is a type of death being that kind of matches this description, which is in the English and Irish tradition, they call a black dog. Which is often a omen or harbinger of death, and you know that is actually a description for a number of different very closely related type of things, of sometimes they are seen by people who are imminently approaching death or are in danger or are closely connected with death in some way, sometimes to serve as a warning, sometimes as just a secondary effect of being close to death. And then there are other lore about essentially black dogs that kill you and hunt you down, and legends about hellhounds come from that kind of lore and things. So you're this dog thing could be hunting these people and killing them. It could be an entirely separate, warning people that the actual whatever it is around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just do not know.
I think she's still thinking and processing, and then says that comment to Fish, and then she opens her eyes and is like, we know what the connection is, and that it is part of death, and it is circling it, but if it is causing it or forewarning it or trying to, I don't even know if it's trying to strike fear in the hearts of these victims or warn them and to avoid their fate, but I know what it feels like. And then I think in a very like academic and like respectful way,
She's like, Fish, what did you get from it?
Fear. And it's hard to not be afraid. But I think that might be something it wants. Don't give it to it anymore.
It's pretty hard when it's killing our people. But I guess we can try.
Good.
Yeah, I guess we can try.
Fear controls you. When I say you, Mr. Scottish Ghost, I mean anyone.
Oh, McCry, if you want to refer to me.
Oh, pleasure, Fish.
Well, I'd say in my experience, fear is a warning signal. You know, people need it when some dangerous things are happening. You know, I felt afraid when I was going to fall off that cliff, and you know, happened anyway. Ended up here. Sometimes fear is good, but I'll make sure the others understand.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
And with that, I think we abstract a little bit, probably saying, you know, communicating maybe a little more in depth with with these people about, like, it doesn't seem like maybe it's hunting you exactly, but maybe it is around, you know. Maybe you're not cursed, but maybe not, can't really say. But yeah, probably heading back to the hotel and turning in for the night, as it is now, like, probably, you know, 1 in the morning. As you...
Mind if I crash on the floor?
I think, Mooney, you're muted.
I just said Cal nods.
So you do mind?
I don't. Yes, for you may, not no for I might. It's fine.
Okay. May?
I love being on your floor. It's very comfy.
Well, you can't go one night without us.
Not tonight.
All right, but I'm glad you're on the floor because I am not doing that.
Fish sleeps on the floor.
Do they make a little nest with the pillows and blankets from their room?
Yeah, yeah. Mostly for Kekano's sake. They can sleep on the floor.
I think when May is like, all right, well, I wanted to go to bed like fucking 6 hours ago.
Yeah. You both, yeah, Cal and Fish both had this very haunting experience, and they're like, God, I'm not sure if I can sleep. I'm going to have nightmares, but, you know, it's really important. And May is like, clearly they went through something, but God, I'm so tired.
May's like, let's dissect in the meantime. I'm going.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when May passes the fuck out, Cal, like, leans over the bed. Also, this is the first time Fish would see Cal in her, like, jammies, so there's that. And Cal would, like, lean over the bed and is like,
Are you alright?
Yeah. Perception roll.
Give it to me.
$18.
I'll roll against it.
Okay.
It's a 12, so it's not awful, but not great.
Yeah, I think-
You know, Fish is a funny little fucker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some things affect them and some things don't.
Yeah.
Weird.
That is generally how Cal thinks. She's just like, well, I respect and admire your resilience. I don't think I handled my first attempt into death particularly well, but I was also, what, 13?
15. And does it always look like that?
What did it look like for you?
Okay, so it changes from person to person?
It does. Necromancers have more what it would be called true sight, where we see it without any perception of, I guess, religion or nightmares. It's. And others will see it with more clouded perceptions from their living life, their religions, their worst fears, bad experiences.
it's also definitely something that was like trained into Cal. You know,
Yeah.
First
This is what it looked like.
first experience was really nightmarish. Next one, after more training, was less so, and kind of like got to that place of accuracy.
You know, it's already kind of left my mind. I couldn't really tell you. I guess I was just curious.
Oh, well, if it helps to know what it actually is, it's mostly just, I don't know, barren. Sort of. You get the sense that it knows it's a blank slate and it doesn't try to grasp for more. It's quiet and eerie and still. You can see the holes where things can be filled to make it more frightening, but as it is, it's more sad.
Okay. Thanks.
For what?
Answering my question.
Oh, I always am happy to educate. Kakano, you didn't see any of it, did you?
I could tell that you like went somewhere, but I didn't go there myself. I just kind of like felt something, and then you were both kind of scared, and I felt both of you in that way. I think you could bring me with you if you want, but I'm not sure if I want you to.
No, I don't want you.
Yeah,
It sounds
buddy.
pretty scary.
No, it's you wouldn't like it.
Okay,
But that's okay. Like, there are plenty of places that you do like that I'll take you to.
that's very nice. Thank you.
Well, if you have any more questions, you can ask me. And I appreciate your cooperation, and I'm sorry for how poorly I acted today. I don't.
Oh no!
I don't-
Look, it's not all you. I am the one who went out and got kind of fucked up with a little succubus demon. But let's just say we're both wrong and forget about it.
Fine. I appreciate. I guess, consider the rest of us and Sarah and other people when you make these decisions. That I know your life doesn't seem like a lot to you, but from like an academic and magical point, it is extremely valuable, and if we usually get something out of it.
At least, at the very least, we've got Kekano out of it.
Yeah. I think you can do spectacular things, and sometimes I wish you were focusing more on the spectacular than the things that seem designed to hurt you and people around you.
Okay. Is that what you want from me?
I'm going to deny it if anyone ever brings this up again, but I do admire you and what you can do. And I think you have really stupendous potential. And when you do things, sometimes I don't know, I'm jealous sometimes of your magic and your ability and your importance in the world. And I don't want you to waste that because you don't think you're important.
During this very tender conversation, Kekano is making hard eye contact with May and calling, "We'll remember. We
I
witness."
was trying to sleep, but she
The Maze and the Family Guy post snoring.
Yeah, May's out.
She was like, "Cool, Noah's about to die. Great." Me.
Fish says, and like, they don't even know what they mean by this, but it means something for sure. And Kel's supposed to pick up on it eventually. I get jealous too.
Cal nods like this makes sense to her in the dark, and then it's like, I mean, maybe it's because, like, a lot of people, you know what? She's like, what the fuck does that mean? And internally, she's like, a lot of people follow what I say and, like, do what I want to do. I'm sure fish wish they had followers. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Or
Yeah,
even being like, you know what? Everyone wishes they were a necromancer.
It is the best
Objectively,
magic.
shadow waves are cool as shit.
So yeah, she nods and then she's like, I mean, we really should sleep, but if this isn't overimposing, but I would love to know more about your realm and your father. And it was before we went into death, I felt like it was just out of my reach, and I thought that was fascinating.
Okay, that's something we can work on. Maybe I could visit more often.
The temple?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems that you are determined to build another alternate identity, so I guess if you are trying to be a convincing necromancer, you'll need to spend some time around them, so fine.
Make me a cleric before you do, Jamal, okay? Please.
What?
Please,
are you gonna...
Just please.
You know, if you're going to do the full studies, I will gladly grant you the title of cleric.
Okay.
When
Do
you
your
deserve
studies, do your pervert. Took me about 30 years.
Oh, 30. Yeah, okay.
There's a number of tests.
Mm-hmm. You could also just give it. You could also just grant it to me.
So why would I be granting it to you with 0 or before I granted Jamal, who's been working on it dedicatedly for 2 years.
For my cover, of course.
Well, but I don't understand how your cover beats Jamal. I mean, I could, I guess, expedite Jamal's clericship.
We can discuss this at another time. I'm gonna visit more often, and you can't stop me from blanket lying down.
Kekino this whole time has been like, yes, Dad and Cleogenes are getting along. May, you're missing it. Like rocking back and forth, bumping into May, who's just too asleep. May, you're missing it.
I think when Fish is like, I'm going to sleep, bye, and Jamal or Kekno is like hopped up on the bed to like try to shake May awake. She doesn't know why he's doing that, but she picks him up and she like gives him a cuddle and a kiss on his head and goes, "You were very good today."
Thank you. I was scared for a moment because you were kissing my head and stealing my life, but then Dad is a liar and that's not actually true. So you can kiss my head if you want.
If you ever want me to stop, you can just ask. And
I do have a request.
Yes?
Can you do it more?
Yes.
Okay. That was it.
Does she actually giggle?
Yeah.
Fish likes that noise.
And I think Cal goes, and in regards to what you called me to, never mind.
Okay.
Let Kekino go. With another kiss.
Okay. Good night, Cleogenes. I hope you sleep well. Dad, I got more kisses. Curls up, snuggles next to you in the little nest.
Oh yeah, good for you, buddy. Just don't take him from fucking Youngju, okay?
Okay. I don't know why, but sure.
Because I said so.
Yeah, but sometimes you're wrong, and sometimes you're a liar. But I still love and respect you, so I will listen and make my own decision. Because I'm an adult now.
I was like, that a boy.
You're a very good boy.
I'm an adult now. I am the equivalent of like 12, and I am an adult. And I think with that, we will close down today's session with, next time putting together the funds, maybe contacting Hyunju and finding a way into North Korea, while also exploring this interesting connection that has been established between Cal and Fish and Fish's powers in general, and the mystery of this creature that is hunting people and any association it may or may not have with the devils of necromancy, the triumvirate. Until next time, see you then. Goodbye, Craig.